Look out, it's the Backlog Boys.
Virus detected.
Download complete.
Hello and welcome to episode 1 of the Backlog BoyZ podcast. I'm one of your co-hosts, Colt, and with me I have...
Hey everybody, welcome to the first episode of the Backlog BoyZ podcast. I'm one of your 3 co-hosts, Wenzel, and joining me today are...
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Tanner. This is episode 1 of the Backlog BoyZ. I'm joined by my 2 beautiful co-hosts.
Hey, I'm Colt, and welcome to episode 1 of the Backlog... Okay, we can't just keep doing that.
Hey, it's me, Wenzel. What's up? This is episode 1 of the Backlog BoyZ. I said first episode before, but sorry, this is episode 1 of the Backlog BoyZ. And joining me today are...
I didn't think we were going to do it again.
Colt, Tanner, and Wenzel, we're back with the Backlog BoyZ.
Yeah.
That was a lot funnier in my head.
Funny.
I mean, it was funny, but I was expecting to, like, shit my pants in laughter.
I mean, you can still do that.
I just like how Tanner just laughed so hard. It sounded like just somebody dying, like on a audio. Like
It was so
cut
fucking
out.
loud.
It was so loud it cut out. Like it was
There-
crazy.
There was, oh my God, something happened the other day where I started laughing and I was eating, which is never a good combo for me. And I've sincerely thought it's probably the closest I've felt to death since the car accident.
Oh, fuck.
It was pretty terrifying. I was like, oh, this is how I go out.
You choke on food. Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
that would suck.
It was like chicken and dumplings.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
damn.
Yeah. Then I don't even remember. I think we were watching a video or something and something happened. I started because I've gotten, in case y'all don't know, I am getting a little bit older. Like I'm almost 27. So
Oh.
I've already developed my like dad / like wheezing laugh. Where
Wait.
yeah, we're like see, we're like now when I laugh really hard, I don't laugh really loud. I just laugh really long.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
great.
so it's pretty scary. So it's probably going to take me out any day.
yeah.
With almost being 27, I'm like halfway to senior benefits. So
Yeah, that's
hopefully I can make it all the way before. But Colt, what are we talking about today?
Yeah, today we're not just talking about Tanner shitting himself and dying. We're also going to be talking about our first big game on this podcast that we're going to be covering. Last week we told you we're going to be covering The Last of Us, and that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be talking about it, giving you some rundown, some facts, all that goodness. And we're going to give you the review, baby.
Yep.
Should also say, in case that wasn't obvious enough, full spoilers. We are
Spoilers.
going ham on spoilers for Last of Us and the Left Behind DLC.
Yeah.
So if for some reason you have not played it, it's been out for almost a decade. Maybe turn this off, give us that play, come back another day, give us another play. Helps
Yeah.
the podcast a ton. Or if
Yeah.
you just don't care and want to hear us talk about The Last of Us, this is the podcast for you.
I will say
Yeah.
the version that we played together was the PlayStation 5 remake. So if you're kind of hesitant on whether you want to play that or what you possibly might think of it, you can listen to us talk about it because that's the version we're going to be talking about. But me and Colt also have prior experience with the PS3 and the PS4 versions as well.
Yes.
So that's just a heads up for you as well to consider.
Yeah, we're coming at you from all angles here, but the version we did sit down and play from start to finish is Last of Us Part 1. And here's my question. Is the PS3 and the PS4 version... This is such a stupid question, but I guess it needs to be asked. Is The Last of Us for PS3 also now The Last of Us Part 1? Or is it like you have The Last of Us Remastered, and The Last of Us Part 1?
I mean, technically, I guess it's also Last of Us Part 1 because it's the same game, but not.
Yeah, so I just I wonder, would you kind of like, which I guess there's extra content in that, but people referred to Kingdom Hearts 2 and Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix as 2 separate games. even though there's a little bit extra stuff in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. But I feel like there's a distinguishable difference from, and we'll get into this later, but from, and obviously with them being on 3 different consoles, I guess you can differentiate them.
I will say we'll discuss this a bit later in the episode, because the remake is definitely something that it builds upon, obviously, the original game, but it definitely heightens it, and you can tell there's a substantial difference. And we'll have to talk about that later, and how it in comparison, but also to of how this is it feels like a, I guess you can, I can't say upgrade. It's like what's the right phrasing here?
I don't know. Upgrade seems like a good word, but I mean I would almost argue it's a whole retooling.
It's like, so the gameplay mechanics are still the same. That hasn't been touched, and that's officially stated by the company itself.
The story's the exact same.
But there are certain things in the game that, while it doesn't make an entirely different game, it completely changes it.
It's like watching a movie for the first time on VHS, and then 20 years down the line, there's a flawless 4K remastered version of it that just adds so much to the movie, because you can see, it's almost like you can see the colors of the movie for the first time.
It's essentially going from 360p to 4K. It's pretty fucking crazy.
It's pretty. That's pretty spot on.
And there's some other technical aspects, again, we will talk about later, because we want to get through the actual development process first, but that we'll touch on, that I think I may surprise you with my takes. I may surprise you.
I will say, before we get one more thing, before we get into the facts, I should say the basis for this episode and why we started it was because for the longest time, Tanner had the hottest take about this game, and that he didn't like it. He thought it was boring, that it sucked, and so we held that into our hearts, me and Colt specifically.
And he never fully explained why. He always just said it sucked.
Yeah, so we held that in our hearts forever until recently, when Tanner mentioned about doing a video game podcast, and we were like, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. But here are conditions, and one of the conditions was this: we have to play.
They bullied me into this.
Well, okay. We were like, we have to play The Last of Us, and we have to have your fully formed opinion on this game, and we have to do an episode about part 1, part 2, and the DLC. And we'll get into Tanner's opinion in the later part of the episode, where we're all discussing our impressions, experiences, and all that. So there you go.
All right, I think I'm going to start with the credits for now, just to give you a little idea of some people that worked with this game. Not everyone, because hundreds of people did work on this game, but they do.
There's no way we could just individually list every single person that touched this game.
But I have that list right in front of me.
Yeah,
in alphabetical order.
We could go with the obvious. It was published by Sony Computer Entertainment. It was developed by Naughty Dog, the OG, the Big Bad Dog.
Yeah, that's true.
2 directors, Bruce Straley and Neil Druckmann. When it comes to directors, you mostly hear about Neil Druckmann. He's like the face of this game, pretty much.
Yeah, weirdly enough.
Even though there was 2, I don't really remember Bruce Straley at all. When I was looking up this stuff for this episode, I had no clue who he was. It's the first time I ever heard of him.
Especially now, with The Last of Us having the reputation that it does, and especially Neil Druckmann having that reputation that he does, I feel like he's the one always associated with this game. But I looked up Bruce Straley real quick. I'm like, did he leave Naughty Dog after Last of Us 1? But no, he was actually a major player for Uncharted. He was the game director for the Left Behind DLC, also director for Uncharted 4. So
he's got some great games under his belt.
Before that, he had both Uncharted 1 and 2, Jack and Daxter 2, 3, the Precursor Legacy as an artist. I mean, so it's not like this guy just randomly came in. Because, again, you never hear about this guy. but he has a special thanks in Gorogoa, which has been pretty popularly, one of the more famous indie games that really, especially got like Criterion out there in front of everybody. So it's just like one of those things. Is like, wow, that's kind of insane.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, to continue some credits. Designer
and by
Jacob...
Criterion, I meant Annapurna. Sorry,
okay,
I'm thinking of the Prestige game, but I totally meant. I don't know why Criterion. I've been thinking of, movies, I guess.
Designer Jacob Minkoff, programmers Travis McIntosh, Travis McIntosh and Jason Gregory. Some artists that worked on this: so Eric Pangilion. Sorry, I just fucked that up.
Pangilinan
and Nate Wells. The writer Neil Druckmann again, and composer Gustavo Santaola.
Yeah, these are the lead people, by the way.
Yeah.
So just like they said before, we can't name everybody, but these are just the lead people.
Yeah, probably the most recognizable, especially Neil, and I would honestly argue Gustavo, because Gustavo has went on to do the score for several other prestige-esque projects.
Famous composer and musician, so absolutely.
Yeah,
go ahead, Colt.
I would say that's the credits, really, that we're gonna say.
Yeah, so it is interesting because I feel like really before this time, and y'all may know a little bit more about this than I do, you didn't really hear about a director so much for a video game. You would hear the term maybe technical director, but we have here, which by the way, huge thanks to Colt and Wenzel. They put together a Google Doc that has all the information in the fucking world on it. It's actually a pretty great resource. Bruce Straley and Neil Druckmann. Druckmann was the creative director and Straley was the game director. And I would say prior to this, you especially didn't hear about a game anyways having two directors, and especially a huge budget first party title like this. I would say maybe the only other thing you could claim before that was probably Metal Gear. Like, that's a Hideo Kojima game.
Yeah.
But I mean, prior to this, you just never heard about directors in video games.
Who's the Gears of War guy? Oh my god, what's his name?
Oh, why'd you bring him up? Damn it!
Because he's the guy that I knew beforehand. Like, he was like when Gears of War was first coming out.
I know who you're talking about.
But I can't remember him now.
Oh,
Cliff
Bleszinski.
That's it. Cliff.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say that's like the other person who I think of. Like, this is the face of a game, because like Tanner said, you don't really hear about directors besides like very like iconic or famous people.
Yeah. And you hear about it more now, especially with indie titles.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely. I mean, Toby Fox is synonymous with Undertale.
God Mode. Yes.
Now. And there's several other directors you hear a lot about now. But again, this is just 9 years ago. Prior to this, again, with my knowledge of video games, you just never really heard about the directors.
Yeah. I mean, it could be that we were kids at that point, or I was, and Wenzel was, so we just didn't really know about the people behind it, the people that created the art we loved.
Every time when it came to talk about video games and like jobs and stuff, because I remember we had to do all those job kind of tests or assignments, looking that stuff up, and one of the things that would always come up is video game developer. You never heard director.
Developer.
It always say developer. They even had videos to accompany this about people who would develop video games, and from their account, like from first person accounts of it, and that's it. Like there was nothing else. There was no like directors, artists, animators,
not even writers.
It was very vague.
It was pretty much a catch-all. Like, you want to work in video games, be a developer. But like, there's a huge difference between an actual proper developer, a designer, a director, writing,
acting,
artists, scenery artist. I mean, mocap. There's so much shit that goes into a video game.
Environmental specialist. Like,
I mean,
it's
especially
like so
now
much.
with these prestige titles, like which I think we can say without a shadow of the doubt. Think of what the game as you will. The Last of Us is very much a prestige title.
Yes.
Yeah.
At this point, and I really feel like this I mean, you could argue Uncharted with Naughty Dog really jumping from like, oh, Crash and Jax to, oh, actually now we're gonna make Tomb Raider, but a dude, and then they made Last of Us, and it's like, okay, they kind of led this market of the more narrative focused single player experience. That
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
somehow, even almost a decade later, people still argue that nobody wants to play a single player narrative, and then arguably I would say the two biggest games that are coming out this year are mainly single player games with Elden Ring and God of War. I mean, I know you can play Elden Ring multiplayer, but you can just enjoy it just as much as single player.
Yeah.
And then God of War is probably the biggest name title coming out this year. I don't think anything else is remotely close.
Yeah, it's the biggest console exclusive for the PS5 ever. This is going to be the console seller.
Yeah,
that they've been
Ragnarok will
needing.
be the console seller, but this game, at least in our eyes, our generation eyes, keep in mind, Colt and Wenzel, born in 98, 99, me born in 95. This is like the leaping point of like video games making that mainstream push.
Yeah.
To like, oh,
Yes.
actually, video games can tell stories. Video games are kind of like movies, because I've been, I guess, doing accidental research and listening to some podcasts from like video game podcasts from like 2009, 2010, which I would not recommend. But
Oh yeah. Don't listen to any podcast that's over 8 years old.
yeah, just don't.
Unless in 8 years, or when AYCH turns 8, you can listen to that.
Yeah,
still.
you can listen to that. But it's very much like, it's so interesting hearing the conversations in a pre-Last of Us world, because it's like, oh, nobody takes video games seriously. Oh, are you excited for the Spike TV Game Awards? And it's just like, and I know this is a huge tangent that I didn't even mean to go on, but it's definitely like this in 20, 30, 40 years, and even now, I will say like 2013, 2014, 2015 is like a turning point in video games, going from like, oh, this is cool, nerds like it. Oh, this is cool, nerds like it. Oh, this is cool, period.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
no, you're absolutely on point with that. We'll definitely, I definitely think we'll talk about it more later, because I definitely have some stuff to say about that. But very much you're right there at it, like you're on the nose with that era and with going forward.
All right. I think I'm just going to go ahead and hit the synopsis, throw it at you. It's not that long, but I'm going to hit you with it. In the not-so-distant future, the world is ravaged by a mutated genus of fungus cordyceps, which turns humans into hostile and cannibalistic creatures far removed from their humanity. The players play as Joel, a smuggler, tasked with taking a 14-year-old girl, Ellie, across post-apocalyptic U.S. to a faction known as Fireflies, so that they may create a cure, because Ellie, so far, is the only immune human. And that's pretty much the whole synopsis. We'll get into details later, but I just wanted to throw that at you so you have that in your head as we talk
Yeah.
about some of the details next.
I also
Yeah.
think it's funny with this coming out in 2013, you're pretty much at, if not peak, right before peak Walking Dead.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I remember when this game was announced and shown for the first time. I remember my immediate reaction was, shit, more zombies, because we just came off, I feel like, a whole console generation built off of zombies. Because you had Dead Rising.
we were still in it. We didn't.
Yeah,
come
yeah,
off
we
it.
were in the middle of it, but we were, I guess, towards the latter end of it.
Oh yeah, this is like the PlayStation 3 swan song.
Yeah, and because this, again, the original version of this came out just months before the PS4. And it's just like, God, more zombies? Really? Like, what more can you do with zombies? I feel like it's a lot of the same stuff that people, and I'm not comparing the two games at all. Haven't played the second game I'm about to mention, but I just feel like it's worth mentioning. When I first saw Days Gone, you're just like, zombies? Really? Can how many more ways can that story be told? And like, on the surface, based solely on that synopsis, you're just like, really?
Yeah, no, I mean that's a fair point. You're right. Like you said, Dead Rising, Left 4 Dead. I think the Walking Dead Telltale game
Every
was
Call of
just
Duty game.
around this time.
Call of
Which keep
Duty.
in mind, all those titles in the respective rights are huge. Obviously, there is a huge market for this. Left 4 Dead,
I'm
huge.
part
Left
of
4
that.
Dead 2, too. Yeah, exactly. We
Yeah.
all are. Left 4
Yeah.
Dead 2 is one of my favorite games ever. The zombie modes in Call of Duty is what had me buying those games for several years. Dead
I love
Rising
Plants
again.
vs. Zombies.
Oh,
I mean,
fuck.
it's part of that.
I mean, Wenzel is right. Plants vs. Zombies was like at one point one of the biggest games you could play on your phone or tablet.
Yeah,
Yep.
It was on everything.
It was on
even,
everything.
I mean,
your
yeah,
shitty
it's on-
phones.
Yeah, I mean everything. And then it spun off 2 like third-person shooters or 3,
Which were
maybe,
actually really good.
which were
Yeah.
actually like fairly good. So like zombies were huge. Even like with movies, you had Zombieland come out in like
Dawn of the
2009ish, which is
That-
like
that-
right in the
That was in 2005, Dawn of the Dead. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
Zombieland.
It was around the time
Zombieland.
the zombie movies were kind of dying, but video games were kicking
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
it-
for real.
Zombies, in case you are maybe a little bit younger listening to this, zombies in the late aughts or early 2010s is what people act like superhero movies are like now. Just a huge oversaturation with it, but in every form of media imaginable, whether that be
Oh,
TV, video games,
War Z?
movies. Yeah, World War Z.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
one.
I mean,
It started as a book, and I know the book was huge. And then when it became a
Mhm.
movie, it became just as big too. So that's something also I forgot.
yeah, I mean, just a lot of zombies in the late aughts till probably around 2013, 14, 15. Just zombies everywhere you look. Like people are like, "Oh, 4 Marvel movies a year, that's crazy." But imagine if there was like 25 zombie projects that came out per year.
Every month.
Yeah, I mean, it was like every day. If you love Halloween, guess what? You would have loved 2009. Coming off a financial crisis, but guess what? You can go to theaters and watch fucking Zombieland.
Amen.
Amen.
I miss it.
I don't.
2009 was well, hold on. 2008 was personally a good year for me, but also I was 13 and had no
Oh,
responsibility.
wait a minute. 2008 was a good year for me too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
I mean, I
just
didn't lose
remember
my
listening
job.
To Panic at the Disco and all that old music back then.
2008, I had just gotten my first Xbox 360, and we had also moved into our house rather than living in apartments and poverty.
That's a great year.
2008 was the year I got Wi-Fi.
Oh wow!
Yeah, big year. I got my Xbox December of 07.
Dang.
Right after Halo 3 came out. I got an Elite, which at the time had 120 gigabytes. Which was way more than a 360 ever needed for a 12-year-old. But then I got Wi-Fi and lost a whole year of my life to
Yeah.
Halo 3 multiplayer online.
I was in 4th grade.
Sure. I
Yeah.
could not tell you off the top of my head. 7th?
I was in 4th as well. I remember because I had also, like I said, we had moved into a house. That was actually we had moved into we had moved like far out, so I had to start at a new school.
All right, y'all ready to?
I mean, I guess we could talk about the game.
I mean, we've just been talking about ourselves, which we don't matter. We're not even people. Like we don't even exist.
Wow, that's
That's a reference.
I guess we really are the Last of Us.
I think you should leave. The show. All right, y'all ready for some fun facts about this?
Hit me with some fun facts. I love
And if
fun
you're
facts.
not having fun, scream bloody murder, and then I'll get the hint.
Damn, we really are Stranger Things.
Oh no. Last of Us originally released on June 14th, 2013 on the PlayStation 3. I don't know if you guys, or Wenzel at least, pre-ordered the game, but I remember when this game was popping up, I remember going to the GameStop with my mom and being like, I want to pre-order a new game. And I pre-ordered that. It was a collector's edition that comes with like a comic book and a huge art book. I still have it somewhere in my room. And I almost canceled it because there was some other game. I have no fucking clue what it was. But I almost canceled it for that game instead of
That was
this.
coming out at around the same time?
Yes. And I'm so glad that I did not cancel it because the GameStop employee said, "Are you sure? The Last of Us is doing really good. It's getting some nice reviews." And I was like, "Fine, I'll stay with it." And I'm so glad I did.
Yeah, he actually had to go back and apologize to the employee for calling him a little bitch.
Yeah.
I'm looking at summer releases of 2013. I wonder, was it Metal Gear Solid: The Legacy Collection?
No, I didn't get into that till later.
Was it
2010s.
Rayman Legends?
Nope. Actually, yeah, I think so.
It very
Yeah.
well could have been Rayman Legends. It
I
came
think
out.
it
It came out in
was.
August of 2013.
Yeah, I think so. Glad I didn't because I've played Rayman Legends and it's not for me.
Yeah, or it could have been GTA, which came out in September.
I bought that 100%.
Yeah.
It was re-released July 29th, 2014 on the PlayStation 4. And finally, September 2nd, 2022, almost 10 years later, remade for the PlayStation 5. Completely from the ground up remade. Essentially the same game.
I will
Yeah.
say, I think they should have just waited for the 10th anniversary. I realize Sony had no games coming out in the fall time. I mean, until God of War, but they really had no big summer release either.
Yeah.
So I realized they had to push this out. But it'd been kind of cool to have like The Last of Us 10-year anniversary edition or something. And they could have added a bunch of stuff. Because this does not include, which I know Colt and Wenzel will be able to touch on this. I can't speak to it at all, but they did not reopen the servers. There's no multiplayer to this. It is just the single player Last of Us experience and
Yes.
Left Behind. So I have nothing to weigh in on the multiplayer, which I do remember at the time everybody talking about the multiplayer and it being surprisingly good.
Yeah.
But I
never
don't think
played
enough
it.
people played it because those servers did not stay up long.
I think they did. I think they stayed up till like 2015, 16, 17, somewhere in there.
I don't know. I'll look it up though.
All right. Naughty Dog started.
Oh shit!
What?
They shut down in 2019.
There you go. I told you they were live. There was people actively playing it till it closed.
Yeah, that's
It was
nuts.
pretty wild.
Yeah, I followed the famous streamer. I couldn't
Chuck
come up with-
McGill.
I couldn't come up with a stupid name. I don't know.
And there's
Ninja.
actually still like private bootlegged servers that you could still play factions on to this day.
Wait a minute. Who? Hey guys, let's just go. Let's go on the deep web. Go to this bootleg server for us to play The Last of Us multiplayer.
Dude,
People
you'd be
love it.
shocked at how often that especially in games that don't have active servers anymore, or like their servers are shut down. Like shit, that's like when the original Xbox Live service shut down. There was a game of Halo 2 that went on for like over a month after it shut down, and
Damn.
I mean it's just
Let me
kind
get-
of
Let me get my sunglasses and leather then.
Okay. Get it.
All right. Anyway,
Go get it. Naughty Dog started developing The Last of Us in 2009 after the release of Uncharted 2 Among Thieves. For the first time in Naughty Dog's history, they split into two teams. One team worked on Uncharted 3, Drake's Deception, while the other began work on The Last of Us, which is pretty crazy because Drake's Deception and The Last of Us are both really good, high-quality games.
yeah.
All around, Naughty Dog's got some amazing developers, employees there doing their job.
this also goes into the podcast I'm listening to, has specifically talking about because where I'm listening to, Uncharted 2 had just came out, and they're like, oh, it's so weird. Uncharted 1, a bunch of people say it's a great game, but everybody says the acting in it's so good, and nobody ever talks about the acting in a video game. And then like the same conversation continued with Uncharted 2, and I feel like now playing The Last of Us, you're like, okay, they have obviously found their footing in the space of like premium prestige single player experiences, because and again, I know we keep saying we'll get into it later, but the acting performances did not stop being good after Uncharted 2. Like every game since, they have just been fucking stellar, like legitimately, high budget productions with
Like-
incredible acting.
There needs to be a video game Oscars because there's some people that just put their heart and soul into these roles.
Yeah, they're called the
Specifically
Keeleys, Colt.
Kojima games.
Yeah, I was about to say they're called the Keeleys.
Fuck you. While a
Which
universe,
sorry, I
you
will
say.
say now. At least the Video Game Awards or the Game Awards is what he calls it, the TGAs, does
Yeah.
have a little bit more credibility, even though there's not as much variety there as some of us would like. But you could also say that about the Oscars or the
Yeah.
Emmys or any other major award show. So I guess in a sense, it has done a good job replicating that for the video game space.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, why does a Nintendo game win Best Family Game every fucking year?
It's all they make for the most part.
Sure, but like to have a category and then it be all Nintendo games, kind of fucking dumb.
Yeah.
I don't know. Pokemon's pretty edgy.
Okay, Colt, you can go.
While at university, Neil Druckmann had an idea to merge gameplay of Ico. It's a story set in a zombie apocalypse, like George Romero's Night of the Living Dead, with a lead character similar to John Hardigan from the Sin City comic books. I don't know shit about Sin City. I just know it's a comic book. And I know how Joel is, so it's probably a gray moral guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, it sounds about right. I do think it's interesting that Neil Druckmann, like, it's been explicit because again, there's so much information out about this game, especially at this point. So Neil Druckmann is 43.
Yes.
So while he would have been in university in the late 90s, so for I guess you can at least appreciate that, like, okay, this idea would have worked. Then, like, imagine if somehow he breaks into gaming sooner than he does, and The Last of Us comes out in like
PlayStation 2?
2005.
Oh, that would be. I could see that. It would. I'd actually enjoy that. The thought of
It would have done just the, a bunch of people make like these demakes. Like, I think the most
Yeah.
popular demake is probably the Bloodborne. Like, if
Yeah.
Bloodborne was on
Yeah.
PlayStation 1, would I think weirdly enough, a demake of The Last of Us, which you could argue, I guess, is the PS3 version at this point, would be very interesting to see in motion. Maybe even with, like, again, no way to make this project possible without a time machine, but pull voice actors from that time, like
Yeah.
get fucking David Hayter to do Joel.
I will
Fuck.
say, if there was ever a demake of The Last of Us, I think it would hurt it.
Oh yeah. I mean,
would-
they
it
can't
would-
do that now.
Yeah, no, not now. I'm just talking about in the context of, wow, this game would have been really weird if it did come out in 2000.
No, that's what I'm saying.
In the
though.
early
Like,
parts
if
of the
If
2000s.
it did come out in that time, I don't think it would be nearly as effective as it is now.
Yeah, I mean, I could see, especially with some of the stuff the game does, anyways. Because
Yeah,
I mean,
like
this
the
game
facial
pushed the
capture.
PS3
Hmm.
to its limit.
Yeah,
And then the PS4 remastered, at least took some advantage of the PlayStation 4. But now, part 1, I mean, it has to be one of the best looking things on PlayStation 5.
It is. It really
If
is.
not the best looking thing. There's only one thing I immediately think that looks better, and that's Modern Warfare 2, weirdly enough. That Colt
Horizon
just showed.
Zero Dawn is also very.
Yes,
high
the
there. Not Zero
Horizon
Dawn, Forbidden West.
Forbidden West. Yeah, it does look incredible. I'm sure God of War is going to be right up there. But as far as like how, like, there's only so much better in my mind, I feel like video games will ever look.
Yeah.
Like, there's only so realistic you can get until you're just fucking playing FMV games.
I will say we gotta just save this for the opinions, because we'll talk about this, because this all goes together.
Yeah. The idea that Druckmann had in college is that the lead character would be a police officer tasked with the job of protecting a young girl, similar to the actual final product. But due to a lead character's heart condition, players would assume control of the young girl. So that translated into The Last of Us 2, not Last of Us 2, Last of Us.
Yeah, I mean,
That wasn't a spoiler or anything. That doesn't happen in The Last of Us Part 2.
No.
Yeah,
but
sorry.
perfectly executed. I guess it is nice to see, like, a guy's vision again that he had for by the time this game came out 15 years at least come to fruition a little bit. Like obviously Joel was not a fucking cop.
Yeah.
But
Thank
like
God.
at least but at least like, oh, you know what? We should have like this, synonymous gameplay mechanic sort of deal. But yeah, it's neat. Really thinking about it in the 90s ahead of its time. But looking at it with 2022 eyes in 2013, you're like, okay, well, people kind of do that now. But to have that kind of forethought again in the late 90s is kind of insane.
Neil Druckmann views The Last of Us as a coming-of-age story in which Ellie adapts to survival after spending time with Joel, as well as exploration of how willing a father is to save his child. The relationship between Joel and Ellie was the focus of the game, and all other elements were developed around it. And I found that really interesting. 'Cause I'm just curious how that actually worked.
Yeah, I would have loved to seen the storyboard that goes from, okay, obviously this game is about Joel and Ellie, like I guess a father-daughter-esque dynamic, and then it builds out to actually Ellie's immune to the zombie apocalypse. Oh, by the way, there's a zombie apocalypse. Like it just seems like a real interesting like.
And then like also too, like when you're thinking about like gameplay, like how does that develop around this? Like, and you actually do experience how that affects the gameplay. It's really interesting and really good.
And especially like picking who you play as when definitely adds to that too, because I mean, just touching on a little bit of a story beat real quick. You don't play till Ellie till near-ish. You're about 75% through the game.
Yeah.
But it adds so much to the game at that point. It's again, I would love to see, and I'm sure you could probably find out online somewhere through developer commentary, director commentary, whatever. How exactly they built pretty much the core of the game and then expand upon that, but expand it in ways that are weird, that are like, actually you're going to play as both of them. You need to play as this guy here, and you're going to play as the girl here. Also, there's a zombie apocalypse. Also, there's this weird dynamic, and then
There's Batman.
Yeah, Batman's there.
Because like in the Batman games, you could swap between Batman, Robin, and Nightwing and stuff like that. It was always kind of weird, but it was cool. But anyway,
Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson were cast as Joel and Ellie and provided voice and motion capture performances. Baker and Johnson contributed to the development of the characters in many ways. For example, Baker convinced Druckmann that Joel would care for Tess due to his loneliness, which in the final version you kind of get a hint that like they had a relationship at some point. But and Johnson convinced Ellie should be stronger and more defensive, and thank God for that, because I love Ellie.
Definitely two all-timer perform. I mean, can we get into the performances here at this point, or do we kind of want to save it?
We can touch on them a little bit.
Okay, I'm just going to touch on them a little bit. Two all-timer level performances from these two.
Oh yeah,
and the note on, and I know that Troy Baker now is known as like the voice acting guy. Was not known as that in 2013.
He was on his way there, though.
He was on his way for sure.
Yeah.
But like this game really was like skyrocketed
Mm-hmm.
him. He's now the fucking voice actor guy.
Because Nolan North was the big guy at the time, and then since they both worked with Naughty Dog, he was Nathan Drake, and now he's Joel. They become the two leaders of the voice acting community, at least for PlayStation.
At least for PlayStation first huge titles, because I mean these guys just don't voice act on anything, and I don't think we have to even begin to delve into Troy Baker's voice acting credits, because at this point it's just like pretty much almost every major game you've probably played in the last decade, he's in it somewhere probably.
He's like very high demand.
I would love to know how much he gets paid.
Following comparisons to actor Elliot Page, Ellie's appearance was redesigned to better reflect Johnson's personality and make her younger. I remember that when I first saw Ellie, I thought that looks a lot like Elliot Page. And
Yeah.
the whole community too, because at around the time, I want to say, around the same time, Elliot Page was in Beyond Two Souls.
Beyond Two Souls.
Mhm.
For real. They looked so much alike, and it was hard not to make those comparisons.
Yeah.
It really was.
Even some of the facial expressions
Yeah.
are like,
I would say that
wow,
too.
how did you capture this with not actually capturing like Page's face?
Yeah.
it's I don't know, pretty interesting.
Yeah, other characters also underwent changes. Tess was originally intended to be the main antagonist, but the team found it difficult to believe her motives. And the sexuality of Bill was originally less vague in the script, but was altered to further reflect that he was gay, which I'm glad they did because I thought that was a nice little tidbit. I say nice little tidbit to see him cry over his boyfriend hanging himself.
Well, he didn't
Yeah.
cry. He called him a douche.
Oh
Yeah. But it was definitely like the tough macho guy, like
Very,
idiot.
very
Mhm.
like doomer, isolation or
Yep.
isolated kind of tough macho guy. It was like really interesting and not something seen in most media.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Again, especially during in the early 2010s.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah.
like during that
I mean,
time.
now you read something like that and you're like, oh, okay, well that's neat that they're getting that representation. But in 2013, especially in fucking video games,
Yeah.
that wasn't
you
there.
wasn't seeing it.
I remember when I was little first playing that, I just didn't know he was gay. I just thought like, damn, he said his friend killed himself.
No, I was the same way. I thought the same thing. And like after, you know, after playing it and now playing this, it's like holy shit, like man. And I mean that was like back then, like we said, it wasn't something well in America, it's just something they didn't really focus on, which is
Mhm.
like what the fuck.
Yeah. And then touching on Tess for a second, I completely about her motives. Yeah, the game would not if there was some swerve at the end, be like, actually, Tess is the bad guy. That would have been stupid.
It
I don't
doesn't
even know
really.
how she would have been the bad
Yeah,
guy.
I mean, they would have had to completely rewrite her character, so I guess it is kind of weird. But if they were going to leave the beginning portion this similar with like her and Joel definitely have had a thing before, and then somehow Tess is the main antagonist, it would have been very weird, especially in this game. Because again, I know we're going to touch on the story beats, but I keep wanting to. I don't really feel like there is a main antagonist.
No, I was
Yeah.
about to say there really isn't a main antagonist because with how the story is developed,
Mhm.
it's just there's no room for that. Now,
Yeah, there's no
that-
room for like an absolute evil, if that
Yeah.
makes sense.
and that's done purposefully. And
Yeah.
now we see that kind of change, and I say kind of very, very loosely for part 2. I won't say what else. We'll talk about that whenever we get to that, but it's kind of different for part 2, but for the most part, it's this. And yeah, it's it just it works really well. That's sorry. I know we always have to keep reeling in Tanner, but also I'm having to reel in myself. Yeah.
There's a lot to talk about with this game.
There is.
Oh yeah, just another thing about Tess in the PS3 and PS4 version. She's actually got a change for the remake. I think I don't know this for a fact, but I think that they found her too young. They wanted her to be older looking, but because she is around the same age as Joel, and so they made her look a little bit older in the remake.
I agree. We did watch. I guess we can touch on this a little bit. The PS3 versus the PS5 version. That's kind of the same around the board. I think everybody looks their appropriate age. I feel like
Okay.
Joel looks too young in the PS3
I will
version.
say, like, okay, god damn it, we got to talk about it because, so in that comparison, and I remember this too. Whenever we were playing the game, and then I watched a video essay about it. The guy, and like from like the guy Joel from like all the comparisons is like, yes, Joel originally in The Last of Us, he was old, but he looked a little too young, and so did Tess. But
Mhm.
this remake, it does them justice. You
Yes.
really feel their age, and it's just like this changes the game entirely.
Yeah, because on top of them being at the earliest mid-40s, at the absolute youngest, and probably honestly maybe 50, but you also have to judge into the fact that we're 20 years into a zombie apocalypse.
Yes,
That's
20
gonna
years.
fucking age you quicker
20
than
because
how we age.
you for Joel, you see all of the grief and loss he has gone through and the world hardening him, literally like wood, like a tree. It's all in his face, his wrinkles, his eyes, the bags under his eyes. It's all there. You see it all.
Mhm.
And
Oh,
yeah.
would you like to hear a little tidbit? I just found a little fact for us. According to his Fedra ID card in The Last of Us Part 1, Joel was born on September 28th, 1981. Outbreak Day took place on September 28th, 2013, meaning that Joel was 32 when his daughter Sarah died and the apocalypse began, which means at the beginning of Last of Us Part 1, he is 52 years old.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah, you do not
Damn.
get that in that PS3 version.
You
No.
do not. You get it
yeah.
in this, yeah.
Yeah, he's the
So,
same age as
and-
my mom. That's weird.
So yeah, so Joel is 52, and so you would have to guess that Tessa's probably similar in age, maybe late 40s.
Yeah.
And again, did not look at, and again, also touching, Ellie looks like a little child
Yes.
in part 3. In the remake in part 1, or on the PS3, she looks like a child. In part 1, she looks like a teenager would look, as opposed to a little kid.
Yeah. It's like it's insane how much it elevates an already established great game.
Mhm. Yeah.
The Last of Us features an original score composed by primarily by Gustavo Santaolalla. He's the guy we talked about before. He's worked on Brokeback Mountain, Narcos, and
Won an
he's
Academy
also-
Award for Brokeback Mountain.
Yes,
Actually, and
And
he's done all the
working on-
Narcos,
he's working on The Last of Us's HBO show as well.
which is nice. I wonder if we'll get original compositions or just more so maybe remastered remakes, maybe remixes of the existing, probably a little bit of both, for the HBO series.
We'll have to find out. He's also known for his minimalist compositions. He was contacted early in development. He used various instruments to compose the score, including some that he was unfamiliar with, giving a sense of danger and innocence.
That's fun.
In his live performances, he plays a Ron Rocco, which is what he uses for the intro theme.
It's really, really cool. He very, very well composed. I mean, like in watching him play, it's just it's it's very beautiful. The Ron Rocco is basically I want to say like a Bolivian mandolin, and the back of it is made from like armadillo shell. Let me check to make sure. Or sorry, it's from the Andean regions, the Andes Mountains, and yeah, it's an awesome little instrument. Listening to it, so cool. Or sorry, it's the maybe it's the charango that's made with an armadillo back. But either way, it's a cool little instrument to listen, and knowing that that's like what the Last of Us theme, like it's a very such a beautiful composition. And I remember in high school, one of our friends, he would always play it on guitar, and he taught me a little bit of it on guitar as well, and it's forever stuck in my head, in my muscle memory, because it's such a cool little it's just a cool little song, very haunting. Especially
Yeah,
with that
it's-
like intro like sequence of the newscast and of the cells of the fungi like splitting and all that images. It's really, really cool.
Yes, it is.
yeah, it's really just a great soundtrack all around from beginning to end. Like it again, I can understand if you come to this game and don't like it. I don't see how you can listen to that soundtrack and be like, eh.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if nothing else, that soundtrack is amazing. Like, like I do love the forethought of, you know what, this story is a dangerous story and kind of a story of, you know, losing innocence in a way, and really for both of our characters. And he's like, I'm going to play instruments I've never fucking touched in my life, or ones that I have barely touched in my life. I just think that's a fun little neat detail.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure a ton of people, especially composers do, but it's just something cool that I really appreciate.
Yeah.
The Last of Us was announced on December 10th, 2011 at the Spike Video Game Awards alongside its debut trailer. And the game originally missed its projected release date of May 7th, 2013, and was pushed to its final release date of June 14th, 2013 for further polishing. And looking at that, I watched that video. It was like a, I want to say Game Rant or something article from that time. It looks so different from what we have now. It's pretty weird. And the clickers are so violent and fast. I mean, they are in the final version, but they seem more so.
Yeah.
Would you like to hear about a couple more games that had world premieres at the Spike Video Game Awards 2011?
Yes.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Patriots.
Oh, that's Siege.
Yeah. Transformers Fall of Cybertron. BioShock Infinite.
Oh, fuck.
Alan Wake American Nightmare. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
Damn.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater HD. And The Amazing Spider-Man, as well as new trailers for Mass Effect 3 and Hitman Absolution.
That was actually a very stacked time.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's fairly stacked. Also, just fun fact, the winner of Game of the Year that year was Skyrim, which, if you remember, Skyrim was debuted at the Spike Video Game Awards the year before, and that fucking incredible trailer that revealed it was 11/11/11.
So good.
Release date. Just something that I always remember with probably my most vivid memory of this era of Video Game Award was that original Skyrim trailer. Yeah, just
we'll never have a release date that's as awesome as that ever again, unless they release a game on 22/22/22.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
We just got to get to 22nd month.
Aren't they trying to do something for Starfield with like a weird release date?
I have no clue.
I mean, it would make sense because it's Bethesda.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, it was 21/56/13.
What are you saying?
that was the release date for Starfield.
Okay, all right.
Starfield release date.
I sound crazy.
Starfield Man,
is it March?
Does Starfield have a release date yet?
21.
Oh, it's 11/11/22. That's what.
No, that was the original because it got delayed.
Oh yeah, hold on. We're in 2022 now. Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, it comes out in the first half of 2023. It got delayed.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I was like, what? No, it's not. Damn, that'd been crazy if that came out in November, 2 days after fucking God of War. Okay,
yeah.
Sorry for the. There's gonna be a lot of that in this. We just have a lot of stuff to say. Sometimes our mind wanders, so that's the fun of listening to it. You just don't want us to read facts. You want us to have a conversation.
I don't have
get the
anything to
people
say.
going.
The game launched with a single-player campaign and a multiplayer game mode called Factions. We've already covered that a little bit. It was loved, and it died.
I didn't. I could have swore that the servers for it got shut down way before 2019.
Yeah. A remaster was released for the PlayStation 4 July 29th, 2014. I know we covered that a little bit. In North America, including upgraded visuals, higher frame rate, and advanced audio options. It also included all previously released DLC. Honestly, at the time, whenever it came out for the PlayStation 4, I didn't really see much of the point. I mean, the point was so that people could play because there was no backwards compatibility. But it really didn't feel that much of an upgrade to me.
Yeah, well, also, too, if you were like me, I didn't own a PlayStation 3, but I bought a PlayStation 4 day one, and I know a lot of other people were in that same boat, and they were like, this game came out right at the end of the life cycle. We probably don't have to do that much to it.
Yeah.
Let's just put it out for $60. People will buy it again.
I bought
And
it again.
I bought it for the first time.
And that's some general information. We're gonna hit you with some DLC stuff because there was a surprisingly a large amount of multiplayer DLC. So Last of Us had a season pass included access to all DLC. It had multiplayer and a full story DLC. Multiplayer DLC included cosmetics, map packs, experience points, weapons, and all that jazz. That fun.
Did they
stuff.
actually refer to it as a season pass?
Yes.
That's crazy.
I remember when my mom went to pick it up, she bought the season pass without me even knowing. She just did it as a little surprise, and I really like that.
Wow, that because I really feel like I think of like the term season pass as like definitely a 8th generation PS4 Xbox One thing. I don't really associate that with a PlayStation 3 title. I mean, I know the line there is so thin.
It kind of
but-
started on PlayStation for sure, because I want to say it started with Modern Warfare 3. Because I know those later Call of Duty games had season passes where you can get all the maps,
Yeah.
all the map packs for free.
I mean, yeah, I was about to
Not
say,
free.
like, even with Halo 3, I remember there being map packs, but they never referred to it as a season pass. You just bought the maps.
Yeah, but with Call of Duty, you also had that Elite program where if you paid $50 for this year's Elite program, you get every map pack, which was their version of a season pass.
Yeah.
Strange. And then Battlefield had their own premium thing. Different, weird time.
Was theirs not called Battlefield 1?
No,
Okay.
I can't remember.
I
what
don't
it's
know
called,
why
but it was
that name
something.
sticks out to me.
I mean, there was a video game called Battlefield 1.
I know, but for some reason, I can see in my mind a progress bar that says Battlefield 1 in this really weird war font.
I think it was called Battlefield Premium. It's very simple.
Yeah, sounds easy enough. I thought Wenzel sent us something important for the podcast.
The real meat of the season pass came from its story DLC, and that's The Last of Us Left Behind. Left Behind was released on February 14th, 2014. That's Valentine's Day. La la la.
Oh,
What was everybody
wow.
doing Valentine's Day 2014?
Oh,
What?
God.
I don't
I-
know.
Shit. What was the Call of Duty that came out that
So the Call of Duty that came out in 2013? Shit, I don't know.
year? Was it Call of Duty Ghosts? No, I did not play Call of Duty Ghosts that much. I was probably doing something.
I don't know. Did you not play Ghost that much? Because it's the first Call of Duty on
It's
PS4.
one of my least favorite Call of Duty games. It's 100% did not play
Okay.
that much.
I mean, I was
I mean, I
probably,
was probably
alone
being
on Valentine's
a
Day.
sad boy. So I could have been playing this.
Left Behind added a campaign that features 2 different storylines. One set after the prologue of The Last of Us, and it's following Ellie and her friend Riley, and the other being set before the winter chapter. So it's a fun little bouncing back and forth.
Yeah. But you're always playing as Ellie, which I think is really
Yes.
cool because you're just jumping from Ellie. I mean, I guess time wise, not even a year between the stuff you're playing with Ellie and Riley and the stuff from the actual winter chapter that you're playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's less than a year.
It is weird because prior, when we started this, I'm not going to touch on the story beats or anything, but I'm like, oh, this seems like this is just shit they cut from the game and they wanted to get it out, and this is why this DLC's here. But then it jumps to the Riley stuff, and then you actually play through that part. You're like, oh, okay, actually, yeah, they definitely developed this around the game. This wasn't just cut content. So
Yeah. All right, y'all ready to hit some reception? See how like people actually felt about this game?
yeah, I'm sure. I don't remember hearing about it much. I'd love to know what people thought.
Yeah.
Well, The Last of Us received universal acclaim according to review aggregator Metacritic, based on 98 reviews. It's currently the 5th highest rated PlayStation 3 game on Metacritic. Now, I'm going to list some games in a second. I know you've probably already read them, but for the listeners, guess to yourself what these games are, and I'll tell you. Last of Us in a 4-way tie for 5th place at a score of 95 out of 100. And I'll tell you what it's tied with: Little Big Planet, Red Dead Redemption, and Portal 2. All 3 games bangers.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Fantastic.
like Bangarooskies all around. Also, just weird to think about, like Little Big Planet, I guess, being in that conversation.
Little Big Planet was
it's a good game.
huge.
No, I completely agree. It's a good fun game. It's just so weird. Like, I mean, Portal 2 always gets like critical acclaim. Red Dead Redemption, critical acclaim. Last of Us, critical acclaim. You don't think of Little Big Planet and think of critical acclaim.
I do.
Probably 'cause
Really?
you
Yeah.
suck.
No, sorry, Sackboy, if you're listening.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Sackboy's
right.
the baby.
The only games beating The Last of Us on PlayStation 3 or 4, it's Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo 3 ODST, and Meat Boy.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Sorry, I did.
Wenzel's just doing a bit, I guess. Just had to throw that
I
in
thought
there.
you were going ahead and reading the next tidbit. I was like, that is not what's there. What is happening?
I was like, Wenzel has a different copy of the Google Doc than I do.
But
crazy.
you have those games in your mind that what do you think beat this game on PlayStation? It is the only games beating Last of Us on PlayStation 3 are number 4, Batman Arkham City. And
No, you numbered them, but
I
but, like,
understand.
I took them off because you didn't really have to number them.
Oh my god, why'd you fucking take it off?
Because you can just read them out. Batman Arkham City,
Well, in
Uncharted 2,
order-
Among Thieves, Grand Theft Auto 5, and Grand Theft Auto 4.
Batman Arkham City, Uncharted 2, Among Thieves, Grand Theft
my
Auto
God.
5, and Grand Theft Auto 4.
So
I had this older thing in I had a layout in my head that I was gonna say it in. Shit.
You don't okay, but when you're listing like this, you don't number it when you have commas.
Whatever. I had it laid out.
it again, funny enough, obviously Uncharted 2, another Naughty Dog game, and then you have 2 Rockstar games in here. So like when you think about like the prestige brands, it's Naughty Dog and Rockstar. So yeah, kind of makes sense. And then Batman Arkham City, I feel like is the weird one there.
Arkham City is really good.
No, I know it's like again critically acclaimed game, arguably maybe the best superhero game
They
ever.
literally have a cover of the game with nothing but reviews on it. It's so annoying.
Oh yeah, that cover is awesome.
Yeah, it's one of the best covers ever.
Yeah, it's just like play our game, please.
I'm
A bunch of
also
people
surprised that GTA 4 is so high. Like GTA 4 is not I don't hate it, but it's when it comes to GTA games, it's one of the few that I don't really care about.
did. Really, I feel like GTA 4 is great, especially if you account the DLCs.
I never played
Ballad
the
of Gay
DLC.
Tony is still arguably maybe one of the best campaign expansions ever released. Maybe that was a hot take. I don't know.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you need to shut your fucking mouth.
Colt gave a fire emoji to my picture I sent in the chat. That's all I care about.
Reviewers praised the character development, story, and subtext, visual and sound design, and depiction of female and LGBT characters. It is considered one of the most significant 7th generation video games and has been included amongst the greatest video games of all time.
Yeah, and this was pretty immediate, obviously. Like, this game did not become big several years later. It was like, this game pretty much won every Game of the Year award you could have won.
Yeah.
In 2013, forums, actual video game award shows, whatever. It swept. It was a sweep of The Last of Us. And yeah, it's just kind of interesting that it was so immediate. And like, I guess we really didn't see another game that pretty much became an instant classic like this again until Breath of the Wild, maybe.
I feel like there's something in between there.
There's
Witcher
probably
3?
something in between, but like just
Witcher
so
3, yeah.
Witcher 3.
Okay. Witcher 3 probably, yeah. That became like just that instant classic status, like pretty much as soon as it released. But yeah, again, very limited company. You're talking about 3 games over a 5-year period. Yeah, it was pretty fast. People love this game.
All right, now we're going to cover The Last of Us Part 1 because it's kind of different, but not really. I'm just going to cover some very base details because a lot of it is the same, and we don't want to have this last 5 hours. Released September 2nd, 2022 on PlayStation 5, and will release at a later date on Windows. So
I did not realize it was getting a PC port.
It is. It
that's
was
cool.
announced. I don't know when, but it will.
That's cool. I would love to see what sort of like weird mods people add to it.
To Last of Us Part 1, the remake, features revised gameplay, including enhanced combat and exploration, expanded accessibility options. Which is good because gameplay from Last of Us 2, it's really fun, and it's the best way to play the game. And it was rebuilt to take advantage of updated hardware, requiring new animations, art direction, and character models to align with the vision of the original game's development team.
Yeah, so this is what I wanted to touch on. So one thing I noticed watching that comparison video and just seeing them side by side, there's so much shit different about the PS5 version versus the PS3 version. I mean, obviously, looks way better. The lighting's way better. Duh. The technology is just better now. But even shit like the angles in the game, the camera angles, shit looks more true to size. It doesn't look so compressed together video gamey. It truly feels like you're exploring it. I mean, it's honestly like you're playing a movie. It's kind of surreal.
Yeah.
Like that. The facial animations, again, night and day a difference. I mean, it is truly deserving, whether or not did it need to be made, we can have that argument later. Yeah. But as far as actual quality of life improvements with the accessibility options, with just it feeling larger in scale of already a classic, is really impressive. Like I said earlier, it's truly like, I mean, watching a 240p bootleg of The Godfather and then I'm just saying The Godfather because of like classic status, not because I think it's a great movie. But then turning around and watching a 4K version of it on a 65-inch 4K television.
Sorry, I was just seeing how long that silence would go.
Oh, I was like, I had to pull up Discord again. I'm like, oh my god, they dropped.
No,
I was like,
no,
fuck.
I was just taking in what you said. Like, yeah, gosh, let's just get through this because what I have to say too. Well, I was coming to that later because it's very relevant.
The existence of the remake of Last of Us first reported April 2021 by Bloomberg News. Jason Schreier? Is it Schreier?
It's Schreier.
Schreier. The report claimed the game, codenamed T1X, had started at Sony's visual arts support group studio, but was later moved under Naughty Dog's budget after some staff joined the project in 2020.
So the game, it kind of just seemed like it was a passion project, sort of, for a group. They're like, do this if you want, and then they're like, actually, we need to do a lot. We need to give you Naughty Dog money.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad they did, because if this game was half-assed by not even the good stuff,
yeah,
it would have not been great.
If this was just a port of the remake with maybe a little bit, it would have been it would have been weird.
Yeah. The game originally leaked on Twitter via an accidental PlayStation Store listing because someone saw it and posted it to Twitter immediately, and it was all over.
I remember when that happened.
And it was announced June 22nd at Summer Game Fest. Not 22nd.
You mean June 2022?
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Good job, Jeff.
Yeah.
He bagged another one.
I remember when Druckmann came on stage, he was like visually like, you guys probably already know about this. So here it is. There's the official announcement. Here you go. And I thought that was funny.
Listen, it's not a Summer Games event unless shit leaks.
Yeah, Jeff Keighley loves to leak shit.
It's not
him.
When Colt listed it, or not listed it, but it was on the doc. Actually, we did the episode. I forgot about that. Where Colt talked about Druckmann looking so visibly upset. It was so funny because Colt also exaggerated quite a bit by saying like Druckmann pulled out a gun and was holding people hostage on stage.
Good God.
See, that's
No,
the
that's-
difference between AYCH and this. We're a little bit more serious here.
Even though we're the same people.
Yeah. Man, that's some the base info I want to give you about Last of Us Part 1. So don't ask any more questions about it.
I did not realize, just touching on something for a second, that it leaked, that information leaked all the way in April of last year. I just do not remember hearing about it at all.
I remember hearing about it and thinking they better not fucking do this. There's no point.
Yeah, I remember Colt being mad and telling me.
Because I wanted
and,
them to
and
work
wanting
on
me to do something about it.
Yeah, just do fucking anything else. Do the next Uncharted. Do the next Last of Us Part 3. Just
Colt kept
don't
saying,
remake
what are
it."
you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And I don't know.
It also feeds into that conversation of like, because right now the big rumor is that Horizon Zero Dawn's getting a full remake,
Which is even dumber than
which
Last
is
of Us
even
Part
dumber
1
than
getting
this,
one.
because you can already play that 60 FPS 4K and it looks gorgeous on PlayStation 5. So it's kind of interesting that this game also on the forefront of the trend of, does the game need a remake?
No.
But then
But
you
we're
see
gonna-
it side by side by the original and you're like, oh, maybe it did.
I don't get it, man. But you want to hear how The Last of Us Part 1 got received, how its reception was.
Yeah, well, how its reception is. I mean, we're only
we're
about
in it.
6 weeks from it being released, so we're still actively getting people's thoughts on it. It's still hot,
Yeah.
especially with really nothing besides, I guess, Splatoon coming out in that time period.
Yeah, The Last of Us Part 1 received generally favorable reviews according to review aggregator Metacritic based on 112 reviews for the PlayStation 5 version. The Last of Us Part 1 currently sits at 88 out of 100 on Metacritic, so it went down a few. Like a good bit, actually. In comparison
Yeah, so
to
you're
the-
talking about 7 whole points. Also a 6 out of 10 user score. If we want to go into that, but also you can't really even read into fucking user scores anymore.
User
'cause
scores are dumb. Like
you
they
get
don't
weird
matter anymore.
nerds really fucking mad about this game features a woman, and
Like-
I know that's a big stereotype, but also it's 100% fucking factual.
Yeah, like
It's just
if you want like reliable user stuff or not necessarily these huge reviewers sites, Open Crit's way better.
Also, listen to us.
And us, we're better. Indeed.
Yeah, I will say that I was trying to pull up how Last of Us is performing against games this year, and it's so funny. Pretty much everything ahead of it are remakes or like new versions of games that already existed.
Like what?
So like Persona 5
Oh
is
yeah.
the big one.
Yep.
The PC release of Persona 5 was actually just happened at the time of recording 2 days ago. Elden Ring's a big one up there. The Portal Companion Collection.
Yeah, it's
is,
just Portal.
It's just Portal again. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, again, it's just Stanley Parable.
Yeah.
The PC version of God of War is up there.
Yep.
Fuck. I was trying to read like actual games that legit came out this year. Norco is up there, which
I don't even know what that is.
Gothic point and click narrative game. It's on PC only right now. Neon White is up there, which I've heard nothing but good things about. The Legend of
Yeah.
Heroes Trails from Zero is up there.
That's up there?
Mm-hmm. It is sitting at a
Oh.
90 on Metacritic.
Fuck, I need to get on that because I'm playing the Trails from Trails of Cold Steel games. So that's cool. I didn't know that.
Yep. And then just really the last big truly Cuphead Delicious Last Course. Did that truly come out this year?
Yes.
Okay, then that's up there, and Xenoblade Chronicles 3
Yeah.
are really the only true 2022 titles
Dang.
currently sitting above Last of Us.
That's weird.
Yeah, depending on how you want to look at remakes and stuff like that. But also, we're also in this time of like the second COVID hangover, where like development got stalled on a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just one of those COVID side effects.
Yeah. The Last of Us Part 1 was praised for its graphical enhancements, updated facial animations, improved enemy and character AI, and its added accessibility, audio, and controller options, though the response to its gameplay and level design was mixed.
That
Considering
seems fucking stupid because it wasn't mixed for the original two. Or for like the PS3 version.
Yeah.
I understand why it was mixed, because I feel like it feels like a PlayStation 3. It feels PlayStation 3 game, generation game. It feels old.
See, and maybe it's because it was my first full-on playthrough of it. I did not feel that at all. I also have no frame of reference to compare it to for like a PlayStation 3 experience, but I felt in no way it was clunky. Again, with the improvement of the AI, but we should also mention that maybe we played on light mode. I don't know if it matters, but that it was easy. We were going for the story beats. We wasn't looking to have a difficult time.
Yeah, I can't even imagine watching you play on anything harder.
Listen, if you use a gun in Last of Us, you're just not playing right. But it's definitely interesting that people were like, "Oh, it's clunky." I just don't understand how especially the level design. Like, I mean, again, I feel like the level design of The Last of Us Part 1 stands toe to toe with the level design of anything that has come out in the 2020s so far. Like, and the fact that it's a almost 10-year-old game kind of speaks volumes. But
Yeah.
what do I know?
Yeah. Many question the necessity of the game, especially considering the price point is $70 and the existence of The Last of Us Remastered. I
Yeah,
agree. I don't know why it was $70.
Yeah, would not have paid. Thank you, by the way, for buying it.
I did pay $70.
Would have never have paid $70 for this. They should have offered maybe if you own The Last of Us Remastered, upgrade for $20, or something like that. It was not a $70 upgrade. $70 is already a lot per game. Like, asking just your general audience of people being like, oh, you have to pay $70, and then there's this, and there's this, and by the time you're done buying all the shit for the game, you're $100 in.
Yeah.
But $70 was a lot. But I will say, if you've played Last of Us before, this may be, and if you loved it, like if you were like a really big Last of Us fan, I think you owe it to yourself. Maybe on discount, maybe it will go on a Black Friday sale.
Yes.
I would almost guarantee it probably goes down to $50 on Black Friday. Now whether that's worth it or not is kind of up to you. I think you owe it to yourself to play it, just because the graphical improvements are so stark, and like it. I mean, Joel looks like in my opinion, looks like a completely different person. He actually looks his age. Everybody looks age appropriate versus way younger versions of themselves. Because PlayStation 3 and even the PlayStation 4 to an extent just could not handle the facial technology that went into that game.
I'll say this. It is not worth the $70. Absolutely. It's not worth that. But like Tanner said, if you are a hardcore fan, maybe you should get it, because it is so different. Really, with that facial animation, there are so many details I did not notice from the first game that I noticed in this game, that completely elevated everything about it. It's really weird, because while I get the whole thing about like level designs, they were just, it's just the same game, but with some very like graphical quality and facial animations, and certain things have been upped to like their highest levels for PlayStation 5 technology. And it's like, okay, if they would have completely not only redone the designs and everything, it would be even more of a different game, and they would have taken even more time. That's where I'm kind of like, then you could justify the $70 price point, because then it becomes a new game. But they didn't.
Also, from the perspective of somebody that has never played this, if for some reason you just didn't own a PS3, didn't own a PS4, but you own a PS5 now, I think you get $70 of quality there, just from the expectation of like Colt and Wenzel's position, they've played and beat the PS3 and the PS4 version. Is it worth it to them? Not necessarily. Like, it doesn't add anything besides, again, you get some little details that you just can't fucking notice in the PS3 and PS4 versions because just the technology wasn't there, the lighting's not there, the shadow effects aren't there, ray tracing, whatever you want to call it. But if you have never played The Last of Us, and again, you are in the position to be like, you know what, I want to try it. It seems interesting. From that perspective, I do think it is fully warranted AAA title price. Like, I think if you were to have never played it, but you have an interest in it, you pay that money, you play it, you beat it. I think you get your $70 worth of it then. But as far as existing Last of Us players, I don't know if there's a big market for that.
It's a tough sell for sure.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
definitely
definitely a
see
tough
what
sell.
I definitely see what you're saying, and I do agree. Like,
yeah. Also, don't know how big the circle of people that own PS5s but didn't own a PS3 or a PS4 exactly is.
Yeah.
I'm sure that is not a huge sample size by any means. But even if you owned a PS3 or PS4 and just for some reason completely missed The Last of Us, like if I wouldn't have played with them, but I found the time on my own to buy The Last of Us Part 1 and play it on my own, I'd have been like, okay, I got my money's worth out of that. Like that, I'm okay with spending that amount of money. But again, $70 is a tough sell for a remake or a remaster of any game, in my opinion. So it's really a slippery slope, and I really think developers need to look into that more and be more price conscious of that. Where there's just you can't, like, it doesn't make sense to me that you can take the framework from a game you've already made, and even if you do this, and I understand there's a lot of work that goes into a remake like this, because again, there's just so much shit that looks so much better, but you're not building it from the ground up. And it's not like they necessarily, because I mean, the story's already there, the controls are already there, everything's already there. I feel like just say if Uncharted 5 comes out in 2 years, why is that game $70? And The Last of Us Part 1 was also $70 when Uncharted 5 had to be built from the ground up, and Last of Us, you already had all that fucking framework there.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I definitely, we're definitely, the industry and developers need to just think about this more. I don't know.
Yeah, like, I mean,
in general, I would prefer them to just stop remaking games and make more original content.
Sure. But and also, I mean, you're looking at this, you also have to look at this at like it is harder to build stuff from the ground up right now because you are coming off that COVID hangover year, or a bunch of shit in 2020 got delayed to 2021. Well, 2021 stuff got delayed, a year or two. So now you're like, okay, there's nothing coming out in the summer or fall time. Like, looking from Sony's perspective, Sony's like, all we have this year is fucking God of War, and that's going to be ready in November. You're like, we have to release something. I understand it from that perspective, because obviously this game only was worked on for about a year, and it didn't even start with Naughty Dog. It was from some other outsourced team, the visual arts team or whatever they called it. So it's, I understand it from the perspective of, we have to release something. Our shareholders won't, and this is going into really businessy, but it really is how you have to look at it. Our shareholders aren't going to be happy if the only thing we have to show this year, even though it's going to be probably the best-selling game of the year, we can't just have one. People want to see shit on shelves. You already can't find a PlayStation 5 on a shelf. People at least need to see something on a shelf that's new, because I don't know about y'all, but every time I go into a store, I look at the PlayStation 5 games. The same PlayStation 5 games, I feel like, have been there for 2 fucking years at this point.
Yeah, I see that.
So you really at some point you have to be like, okay, when does this become a supply chain issue, whatever the fuck excuse people want to use, and when does it just become of like, we don't have anything issue?
I also think that they just don't print physical versions of games as much anymore. Like what is it called? Stray and what is it? Sifu. They have physical editions now, but when they
Mhm.
first launched, they did not have physicals.
Yeah, and it
it's
makes you
weird.
wonder if those games didn't perform as well as they did, would they have even gotten physical editions?
That's true. That's true.
Like, both. I mean, Stray was probably, correct me if I'm wrong, probably the most talked about PlayStation 5 game of the summer because it was a part of that new PlayStation Plus tier. So a lot of people got it just included in.
Yeah.
And Sifu was one of the more popular indie-esque titles of the year. So, like, of course, it gets but if those games don't sell as well or perform as well, I mean, who cares? You know. So it is an interesting conversation, especially with the rumor that Microsoft and Sony are working on disk drives for the digital version only versions of their consoles,
Yeah.
which is fucking weird.
Just we're living in some strange video game times. I feel like we're in a transitional period for gaming.
We definitely are, and I feel like COVID really expedited it in a way. Where maybe we were 5 or 6 years off, but now people are like, okay, we kind of have to do this now. Like, I mean, you're talking next year's year 3 of the PS5 and Xbox. And I will say, I went to the store the other day for the first time ever. I saw an Xbox Series X on a shelf.
I've seen more Series X in the wild than I have PlayStation 5. I've never seen a PlayStation 5 in the wild.
Yeah, I was about to say, I've never, besides a demo unit at a Walmart, I want to say no, it wasn't even a Walmart. It was somewhere in Nashville. There was a demo unit PlayStation 5. That is the only PlayStation 5 I've ever seen in the wild.
Have you seen any, Wenzel?
Not that I can think of. I've only seen Series S's.
Yeah.
Series S is pretty common to find in the wild at this stage. Like if you wanted a next gen Xbox, you can definitely get that. I don't know, just for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But I mean, even for a while, you couldn't even find the Switch OLEDs on shelves till about a month or two ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just a fucking Switch. It's not even new. I mean, it is new, but it's not even that different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely just strange stuff all around with the development of that stuff and how that feeds into The Last of Us Part 1 being made. Like, you have to argue with, like, if COVID doesn't happen and people can just work on projects normally, does this game even get made? Who knows?
Before we switch into the next huge chunk, I want to throw like one small miscellaneous thing. Is that The Last of Us is being turned into a TV show on HBO? I know we talked about it earlier, but it's starring Pedro Pascal as Joel and Bella Ramsey as Ellie. You might remember Bella Ramsey from Game of Thrones, where she was like a little girl leader knight. I can't really remember her character, but she was really good in there. And
Is that like her biggest role?
Pascal. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. And Pedro Pascal at this point, I feel like is pretty close to a household name.
Yeah, he is. He was in fucking something. Was he in Star Wars?
He's in Mandalorian.
Fuck. Yeah, he is.
He's the Mandalorian. Also,
you
weirdly
rarely
enough,
see his face.
Also, weirdly enough, in Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Also in Narcos. So yeah, he's a. I love Pedro Pascal. I think that's a very good choice for Joel. I would say. I don't know who else you get to play Joel. I'm talking about a athletically-esque enough guy in their late 40s to early 50s. But he is a solid choice. And I don't know enough about the girl playing Ellie, but from everything I've read about the series so far, it also seems like a pretty solid choice. It would be weird if that was the one misstep that this series took and just completely miscasted Ellie, but I don't think they will, because Neil Druckmann's also involved with the show, is he not?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I would be shocked if they fuck that up somehow.
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead and save this part?
Yeah, I will. Give me just a second.
Yeah, we've been going for a long time.
Okay, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back. Here we're going to talk about the story. We talked about all the facts during development, releasing, all that. But now, the real meat, the gameplay.
Yummy. We just gave you the little appetizer. You just ate some Brussels sprouts, some crab cakes, some calamari. I had a really good dinner last night. But now you're getting into the cod imperial. You're getting into the ribeye steak. You're getting into the KFC family bucket.
The entree?
I kind of preferred the appetizer stuff that you were listing.
I'm not really
Yeah, it
feeling
really
any of that.
depends.
Can I just get some sushi?
Yeah, it really depends on how you feel about fish.
I mean, you said a KFC bucket too. That just throws me off.
Do you not like KFC?
I prefer other places. KFC's like bottom tier for fried chicken.
You go ahead and say the hot take. You prefer Bojangles over KFC?
Oh yeah, I do.
I do too. Actually,
Yeah, arguably I do too.
Like, that's not
I mean,
okay.
Popeyes is better than both. We can all agree on that, right?
No, I love Popeyes, but I don't think it's better. But this
depends
is
on
not
what I'm
the
getting.
point. This is not
Depends on
the
what
point.
I'm getting.
Mm.
We're not a food podcast. That's all you can hear. Okay. It's video
I like Slim
games.
Chickens.
Slim Chickens is really good.
Slim Chickens is good, but that's a whole different category of chicken place. It falls into like the Fusakli's category.
You know, I'd be so sad if there was no fried chicken in the Last of Us universe.
Yeah, Colt, take us away.
Okay. There's a total of 12 chapters in the main game, and then left behind its own little bucket of worms. But the first chapter we had to deal with was in the hometown, the very beginning of the game. This is going to have the most details that I have written down here, and the rest are going to be kind of different, But since this is an intro, this intro's
Okay,
iconic.
no, I asked everybody beforehand, did this look good? And everybody said it looked good. So I don't want to hear any
I
sort
still
of
think it does look good.
disgruntlement.
I think it looks like ass now because Wenzel's getting sassy.
This is the Colt's first time opening the doc.
Also, too, there are actually 5 chapters, and everything else is a level, quote unquote.
Why does the chapter select have 12 different options?
I don't know. This is how they have it listed. It's weird.
All right. Anyways, for chapter 1, hometown, life before the outbreak, introduced to Joel, Sarah, which is Joel's daughter, and Tommy, Joel's younger brother, which probably by like 5 years. He's not that much younger.
I'm sure we can look it up. How much
No.
younger Tommy? Yeah, because Tommy definitely looks still old,
Yeah.
but definitely not as old as our main guy Joel, which would only make sense.
Yeah. Like late 40s at most.
It seems like the general consensus is Tommy was born in either 1987 or 1988.
Okay.
So, which would make him 4 or 5 years younger
Yeah.
than
All right.
Joel. So you're probably looking at he was around 45 after the time skips. You're probably looking at mid-20s during this part.
Oh, okay.
We experienced the outbreak just starting as people are going crazy and attacking people in their homes and on the streets. So
Yeah.
it's
A good
pretty fucking
example-
crazy.
Yeah, a good example of this is literally as you start off playing Sarah for a little bit, and you go to bed, you wake up, Joel's not there, but you find Joel because he comes back in the house, and one of the neighbors breaks in, infected, and Joel has to kill him. It's pretty haunting.
Really just throws you to the wolves.
Yeah.
There's a part in it that I really love. Like it was even in the PlayStation 3 version is there's a TV playing, and on the TV a news reporter is like out in front of a gas station, and the fireman is like, you guys got to back up. We're about to do something. And then it explodes. And while it explodes on the TV, the connection cuts. But if you look out the window, there's a mushroom cloud where the explosion happened. I just really love that. And it really immersed me when I first played this game.
Yeah.
Almost immediately.
Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, I think too, this really goes with our experience. I don't even know if we've said this, but we sat down together and played this. Like we were all in the same room and sat down together and played it. So it really added to the immersion because you know, we get together, we like to goof around and stuff, obviously, but like we were pretty immersed in this from the get go. And what it took us 3 sessions to
Yeah.
beat this and Left Behind.
Yeah, a total of like 14-ish hours.
Probably about 14 hours for both. So but it was like pretty immediately. We're like, okay, this especially for me, because the farthest I ever got in Last of Us is about Pittsburgh. Before I gave up on it, and I was like, okay, I want to give this a fair shot. You know, Colt and Wenzel are taking all this time. I want to give it a fair shake. So like, but like pretty immediately, and maybe it was part of like the graphical upgrades because it just looked gorgeous immediately. Like the dust and particle effects in the house were insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Colt said, as soon as Joel comes in and he's bloodied from killing the neighbor, you're just like, shit. Okay, we're in it.
Yeah, and there's a tense driving sequence with Joel and Tommy trying to get out of the city. Oh, with Sarah.
Really nerve wracking, by the way.
Yeah, especially when you can just whenever you turn her head to like look out the window, she actually moves in the car and just positions to where she's looking. And there's this part where you can see a zombie tackling someone in the car in front of you, and they're like, "Fuck, back up, back up, back up, back up."
Yeah.
And as you're doing so, the zombie smashes into the side of the window.
Yes. I want to say, do you remember oh my god, why can't I remember the name of the fucking John Krasinski Quiet Place? The Quiet Place Part 2 trailer with Emily Blunt driving and the monster like lands on the car, or they're like, back up, back up, back up. These two scenes seem synonymous. Like there's no way that A Quiet Place Part 2 did not pull from this scene specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can totally see that.
I could see that.
Yeah.
And eventually Joel is carrying Sarah, and they're at the city outskirts about to be chased down and eaten when a soldier saves them from the clickers. No, not clickers. The zombies.
Yeah,
There's
they're
a
just
part
regular zombies.
of his
Runner.
duty. He has to kill the little girl, Sarah, and Joel. And he shoots, misses Joel, but and Tommy kills the soldier, but Sarah, she is shot, and she dies there, very painfully gasping for air, as Joel's like, "Please, baby, don't do this. You can't do this to me. Don't do this to me." And then after that, fades to darkness, and the title sequence plays. The classic music starts playing. You see the you hear the newscaster talking about how martial law is going into play, and just shit's hitting the fan.
Yeah.
And that whole prologue is probably about 20 minutes long. Like it's just gut punch, gut punch, gut punch.
There was
throwing you in.
I watched a comparison between Sarah dying in the original game and then Sarah dying in here, and while it was effective even at the time when it first came out of how brutal it is, it's even more just traumatic.
She dies so much better in this version.
It's really fucked up. Like her facial expressions of like of being in pain and like not understanding that the finality of what's happening. It's like, fuck, it's so terrible. Oh my god.
And it's definitely like, because you can hear that grief in like Joel's or I guess not the grief, but I guess just the tragic nature of the situation in Joel and Tommy's voice during that. But with playing part 1, you can see it. You cannot see it in the PS3 or PS4 versions, I feel like, but you can see it in this version. Like it is visceral. You feel it. Like I think immediately as soon as it fades to black, I just look at YouTube. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
And obviously we all knew what was happening.
We all knew what was going to happen, but like
Yeah.
this technology and their facial animations made it like 100 times better.
It was like watching a movie.
Yeah.
Basically, like you could even see like the tiny tears falling down. You couldn't see that in the original.
Yeah, you see the tears falling. You can see the beads of sweat because he has to carry Sarah for the last little bit of it. I mean, he's actually holding Sarah when she gets shot. So it's like, I mean, it is gritty. It is raw. I mean, you can feel it. I mean,
yeah.
If there's something I like, it's it's emotion, and I like feeling emotion because I'm human. But like this part was like, damn, that like like it was pretty much this moment where I'm like, damn, how did I not give this game, I guess, a more fair shake? Like it was pretty immediate. That was like, damn, that was fucking tough.
Yeah, I remember when I first played this game, it was after it came out. I bought the slim PS3 and it came with it as part of a bundle deal. I remember playing that first part and then just being hooked completely. Like I was like, this is gonna be sad and I'm ready for it.
Yeah, it totally sets you up for like this is what kind of experience you're about to endure for the next 7, not 7,
10 hours.
12
10 hours.
hours.
Yeah.
Because as soon as I got this game, I put it in my PlayStation 3. It was probably around like 7 p.m. And then it was during the summer, so I didn't have to go to school. And then I stayed up till like 7 a.m. Until I beat it. I completely played it in one sitting when I first played it.
Good lord.
I mean, it's that good. I understand. It didn't take me long to beat it either. I think I was in school at this time, so I had to like play it in sessions, but they were long sessions.
And that's the beginning of the game, because now we're jumping 20 years later, following Joel as he's his own little stubborn, grouchy old man
Yeah.
as a smuggling little man boy with his friend Tess.
Yeah, so this chapter is chapter summer. We're going in by seasons now. Chapter or summer is the longest out of all of them. It contains like the most like uh chapters is in and of itself. It's a grueling, hot summer.
Oh yeah, I can feel the humidity just like looking at it. It looks so fucking icky.
Yeah. Again, I know we keep going on about the graphical upgrades of part 1, like the PS5 version, but like you feel it in this. Like you can see the sweat on Joel and Tess here. You can see like the beams of light shining down
Yeah.
and just hitting them in certain ways and them shading their faces. I mean, it really is crazy. I mean, it's nuts. And I do like how this game is not divided into 4 equal parts, because I would say what you spend about 6 hours in the summer chapter and then the
Yeah.
remaining 6, but it doesn't feel rushed. Those other
No.
parts, it's just that summer is, like you said, Wenzel, hot, grueling, tough summer. I mean, it's, where the bulk of our story really forms, and then the later parts is just that
It
that
just kind of
climax and that
it kind of
build anticipation.
falls into like kind of place because in the summer it's like we've already set up with the prologue, but right here is where we're really setting up, really having to like, all right, this is the plan, we're gonna have to do it, we're gonna get through it, and we're gonna keep it's forming. Everything is forming right now. We're
Yep.
forming relationships, forming our concepts of the world, and
Yeah, you're having to world build. You're having to introduce your characters, because at this point in the story, you still don't know who the fuck Joel is. I mean,
Yeah.
really, like you've met him for 20 minutes 20 years ago.
yeah.
That's you seeing Joel. You're just like, well, this is a whole different person now.
And
And
also, just a fun, sad fact is that the day the outbreak happened was Joel's birthday,
yeah,
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yep.
Yeah.
and that Sarah gave him that watch that he wears for the entirety of the game. That's broken.
And he wears it all the time.
He
Yep.
never stopped wearing it.
Nope, never. It's never removed from his wrist in the whole game. And again, another cool thing, even before like the game draws attention to it, you see it
Yeah.
on his arm, which I always think is kind of cool.
Yeah, like I remember when I originally played, I forgot that he even got the fucking watch. But then when this time we played, I'm like, oh shit, he has that watch the entire time. Like even though he tries so hard to kind of distance himself from from being close to people and also from his past, he still holds it on his literally on his sleeve.
Yep. Yeah, in like a literal and figurative way. Yeah, that's a really good way of explaining it. It's just like, and that watch really kind of show like encompasses him as a person because it's a broken watch. It doesn't work. So you can kind of argue that Joel is like this this broken man, but not a man that has given up, but like broken in the sense of this is the world and this is how everything has to be now. And just again, we're 20 years later, so we're 20 years post-apocalypse essentially, and just like all the grief and tragedy and everything is immediately like conveyed on his face.
Yeah, like I mean, we're talking about really detailed animation. I mean, like we said before, you don't really see that in the you do get a sense that he's older, but you don't really see that. In this, it's like every single scar, wrinkle, everything. And there's freckles. It's just so much detail, and like you can just feel his age. It's just like he's gone through so much. It's crazy. And then yeah, oh man. Something else I should say about the prologue too was there's whenever Sarah is sleeping on the couch or the bed, you can feel it in the controller just a little bit to kind of give you like that sense of comfort before everything goes to shit. I thought that was cool.
And I don't know if you feel that in the DualShock 3 or DualShock 4, or if that's just a DualSense thing.
Nah,
DualSense. It's DualSense.
Okay.
Completely DualSense.
That's I mean, just a neat little touch. I mean, that's cool. There was obviously a lot of care put into this version of the game, and you know, even though we've said our piece on it, we're not going to say any more on it. But I mean, yeah, there are like a lot of little things like that that just adds a little bit more to your experience.
Yeah, and this first little prologue area in the quarantine zone, you see Joel and Tess. You find out how brutal they can be in the way that they pursue this guy named Robert that took the guns that they had and sold it to Nadine, which is the leader of the Fireflies. Wait, what's her name?
Marlene.
Marlene. Who's Nadine?
Uncharted?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's Uncharted. Yeah, Marlene with the Fireflies.
Yeah. Yeah, you really get the sense of like these I mean, you know, we're in their shoes and they might seem some fairly hospitable, friendly people, but not really. They're smugglers and they're tough, and they'll do what they have to, especially if you cross them. I mean, they literally they break Robert's arm and then just shoot him. And but yeah, they meet Marlene, and she's leader of the Fireflies, and there's you see again this facial animations being put to good use because Tess, whenever they're talking, Tess makes a look to Joel. I can't, it's a visual thing, so I can't really perceive it to you guys or to the audience, but like that wasn't in the original either. Like just these little bits and pieces here, like these nuances in expression. It's crazy from here on out.
Yeah, it's definitely something y'all have to, just because I never played the PS3 or 4 version all the way through, but even watching the comparisons that I did, I watched a couple. Like it, I mean, it's crazy. But also at this part, you're talking about Joel and Tess. Like it's made pretty apparent right at the beginning. They are not good people. These people are not heroes by any means.
They're just survivors.
They're survivors, and it, like, you can't think of this game as there's bad guys and there's good guys. No, there's like just
people trying to survive. There are bad guys. There are.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, there are people that are inherently, I guess, bad in this game, but like there's no really true morally good in this game, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say.
I would argue there's maybe a character later on that we'll talk about that I think maybe the closest thing to morally good, at least in this game. Again, I don't know anything about part 2. Could change in part 2. I don't fucking know. That is morally good, but as far as all the characters we'll be touching on and talking about, they are in a moral gray area. You know, I mean, you're talking about I mean, Joel's a fucking mass murderer. Just plain and simple.
Oh, yeah.
At least the way we played the game. Yeah.
And at the end of this little quarantine zone chapter, you get the introduction of Ellie. And Marlene wants us to escort Ellie to the big Fireflies base.
Capitol building.
Yeah, the Capitol building where the Fireflies would take Ellie off of their hands.
Yeah, because well, we said it more in the synopsis, but they don't really find out why she's so important until the outskirts, which is the next level. So there's quarantine zone, then there's the outskirts where we move from outside through downtown, museum, and then Capitol building, and that's where they get the reveal that Ellie is immune, and they have to escort her to get a cure made. She's the only immune person, and it's a crazy little experience right there. It's very stressful because we're also trying to have to outrun soldiers, Fedra soldiers.
Clickers. We don't have to outrun them. The clickers, they fuck with you.
Yeah, I know, but we're having to escape soldiers.
Yeah. Oh, you don't have to run through that part, but you did run through that part because you got spotted and immediately started running.
I feel like Colt was trying to do something there, kind of make me feel bad. So anyway, I will say there's a part in here, the museum, that was interesting because I know originally it's just a museum, blah blah blah, but then that there was a portion of the museum that wasn't in the first game, and it was not in there. There is a back part of the museum that is an art restoration section where they're taking old art and they're restoring it. That wasn't in the first game, but it's in this one. And then when you get the details of the museum itself, it's you see this world, they do a fantastic job of making this world feel lived in.
We probably spent 45 minutes in the museum. Now, granted, how much of that was breaking glass?
How much of our gameplay was breaking glass?
We probably could have beat the game a whole hour quicker.
Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. We broke very little glass. Okay. Anyway. But yeah, there's an art restoration section, and the thing is too is everybody's dead, so this art's just gonna sit here and rot forever, or until somebody picks it back up. But that won't happen, and it's just a crazy little detail. And then too later on, I remember we were going into this place and we were looking at it, and we were like, "This is a drafting art room for artists and stuff to work on." Architecture or just whatever, sketch. Did not notice this in the first game because it wasn't there, but they added it in. It's crazy what they have done differently.
I want to touch on, because we talked about this is the part where we're introduced to Ellie. The dynamic between Joel and Ellie immediately is what it needs to be. It's not, it really goes into Ashley Johnson wanting Ellie to be the stronger, more independent character. Ellie does not take to Joel immediately. Ellie's like, "Fuck you, old man. I'm not doing shit you say." And Joel's like, "Why am I having to carry this bratty ass child with me? What is so important about her?" It's a really nice dynamic. Again, it's not immediately Ellie's like, "Oh, I'm so scared," blah blah blah, very stereotypical blah blah blah. And Joel's not like, "Well, I'm this big tough guy and I'm your dad now." It's not like that at the beginning.
No, Joel immediately is like, "I don't want to do this fucking job."
Yeah, definitely. Some animosity. Why can't I say that word? Some anger. Yeah, that word. Between the two, pretty immediately.
Yeah, Tess is more of the agreeable person. She's more like, "Okay, let's do this job. Let's get it done." And then it isn't until whenever they see that she's immune, where the dynamic changes even more. Joel is kind of suspicious, and he's just like, "I don't fucking care. This is stupid." Tess is kind of warming up and okay, this is an interesting job. And it isn't until we get to the end of the outskirts where the dynamic changes completely.
And really, Joel doesn't believe it at first. Joel's like, "There's no way she was," because we find out Ellie was bitten 3 weeks prior. So it's there's no way that Joel's like, "There's no way she was bitten three weeks ago. She would have turned already," because there's again no recorded evidence of anybody else not turning after, I think they said 2 days in the game.
Yeah, 2 days.
So again, something that we see carry throughout the game. Nobody, the few people that do find out do not believe it. They're like, "There's no fucking way that she was bitten this long ago. She would have turned already. It's fake. Blah blah blah. And that it's pretty interesting to see the main guy we play as. I mean, I guess for simplicity's sake, I'll call him protagonist. The protagonist, Joel, didn't believe it at first, and he kind of warms up to the idea. I was like, okay, maybe, because I mean, it's pretty far in the game where I would say Joel and Ellie have a quote unquote good relationship.
Yeah.
Like, especially during the summer part, their relationship is definitely, Joel's like, I'm doing this for money and guns, and doesn't really care about Ellie in that way. And Ellie is just kind of like this independent, strong-willed teenager that's just like, okay, I'll do this because I have nobody else.
And I want to save the world, basically.
Yeah, I essentially want to save the world. Like, I don't remember the superhero's name that she quotes so much.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember.
Off the comic books, but she quotes her a lot. But yeah,
endure and survive.
Yep.
And it's where at the outskirts, the end of the level, the Capitol building, where we kind of where, like I said, it changes. We lose Tess because Tess has been bitten. And also the bite marks look crazy in this game as well. She's been bitten, and it's like this is where they end their partnership or whatever, because they were supposed to get meet the Fireflies there, but the Fireflies are all dead. So Joel has to go out and find his brother Tommy, because Tommy is out in Wyoming and he was part of the Fireflies. So that's the only way he can have any sort of get a lead on where to find them and deliver this girl.
And we find out that Joel and Tommy have not spoken in years. They had a huge falling out, have not spoken in years. So it was really kind of a long shot for Joel. But Joel at this point's like, okay, well, if we can get a vaccine for this thing, it's worth it to bury this hatchet.
Well, also too, like, what's interesting is in this moment too, Tess, who is also kind of like not really agreeable, but also willing to do his job. At this moment, she's like she was. You see how like kind of let down she was, but also it's like right here, Ellie. She is hope. Like, this is right there is sitting the cure. This is the most important job in the world right now.
Yeah.
You have to.
And Tess doesn't go down on her back. She doesn't just succumb to, being infected. She goes out, defending, giving them some time to get further in the Capitol building and defend against soldiers. Like, she goes down in a fight to the soldiers. She never succumbs to her infection. Anything. So I thought for the limited time that you're with Tess, with probably an hour maybe of gameplay, maybe an hour and a half, they really did a good job of just like establishing her morals and how they kind of rub off on Joel, and Joel's like, okay, we'll do it for Tess, I guess. And not have her go down for nothing.
She even says, sorry, that she asked Joel to do it for them. So that kind of gives you a hint at like, oh yeah, they were definitely romantic.
Yeah, they were definitely something in the past. Or for all we know, they could have been involved here. I mean, it's post-apocalyptic time, obviously not a lot of time to be lovey-dovey in their situation. They could have been just agreeable partners here. And we just, that never gets fully explained in the game, but definitely something stronger than just, okay, I'll help you survive, you help me survive. Definitely a stronger partnership, friendship, relationship, whatever you want to call it, between Tess and Joel.
And so that's the end of the outskirts, really, because it's time for Joel and Ellie to move on. And when they move on, they got to go to their old friend Bill's, or Joel's old friend Bill's, because Bill allegedly owes Joel a favor. And
so this was the first part. We're killing the zombies here. We realized how gruesome I think the game was.
Yeah,
because we when they ran over Bill's traps and just a geyser of blood mist encompassed the air. I know for a fact the comparison video we all watched, the one in the Twitter chat from earlier. It's a whole different. I mean, it is visceral. It is scary. It scared me when it happened.
Yeah,
It's just like
it
a
scared
fun little
all.
jump scare.
I was watching it happen, and I know it scared Colt because Colt wasn't paying attention either. It was funny.
Yeah, we had several moments of jump scares in our playthrough, which I find funny because I think. Have y'all said how many times y'all beaten this? Wenzel, I think you said you've beaten it twice. Colt,
Yeah.
or
This is either
4 or 5?
my 5th or 6th time. I can't remember the exact
Yeah.
number.
So it's, you would expect it at that point, but no, it's still just as bam. I mean, they both jumped. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, this part is definitely the part because you're like outside. It's daytime for the most part. And you just
Beautiful
see,
too.
yeah,
The sun's going
gorgeous.
down. The light rays are hitting just right.
Yeah, just completely gorgeous. And again, you just see how brutal everything is. Like even, I mean, everything. Like again, it's really the first time you're playing in full daylight. So like you even see little details. The one I kept pointing out was Joel kept his pistol in the ass of his pants, but his shirt was crimped up, so you could see like the skin of his back. I'm just like that. I mean, just a wild detail.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't in the first game.
Yeah,
like they changed that, which is cool.
Colt,
Lead us through Bill's Town.
You want to take us through Bill's Town?
Going through some more through Bill's Town. As they progress through the town, they actually interact with Bill's traps themselves. Joel falls into Bill's little ankle trap that holds him upside down by a fucking refrigerator. And the only way to get him down is Ellie has to cut the rope on top of the fridge, but doing so, Clickers start to have some fun.
Yeah, so this like this little I was playing during this section, I believe. Yes. Yeah. And I was like, okay, this is neat because you are upside down as Joel shooting, all you have at this point in the game is a pistol. They are nice to give you unlimited ammo. I assume they do that in every version, even the grounded version.
Yeah.
I mean, they would have to.
They have to, yeah.
Because there's no way you would have enough ammo to fight off as many zombies as they had come at you at this point in the game. But it's so tense that because not only do you have Ellie trying to cut the rope, but you're also having to defend her against the infected, and you're defending yourself against the infected. And again, all you have is this little pistol, and it's a really cool part. Like up until this point, by far my favorite part of the game. Because it's so tense, and I remember playing and like my arms, I was fucking gripping that controller.
Dude, it's so good. I think there was in Resistance 3 there was a moment literally like that where you're upside down and you're having to use a revolver and shoot aliens. It's crazy. I love that level, or that part specifically, because it's so anxiety inducing and so fun.
I also just hate being upside down in general.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if any of y'all love it. I fucking hate it. So, and that game did a great effect because you're not just like stationary upside down, like you're hanging from swinging. A rope. So you're swinging. Swaying just a little bit, and then on top of you're having to aim at least kind of good to hit the infected. I mean, it's a lot, and they're coming pretty quick. They're not like slow moving zombies in this game. They're pretty
fast.
Fucking quick.
Yeah. For real.
And then finally, we have our first interaction with Bill as you are escaping. And you run into this old cafe, and Bill immediately handcuffs Ellie to a pipe and holds you at gunpoint. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing here? Why are you setting all my goddamn traps off?" And it's actually pretty funny how Ellie is immediately like, "Fuck you, bitch," and starts beating him with a pipe that she yanked off the wall.
It was so good. Bill's a dick.
Yeah, and it's really the first time we see her defending Joel, because she's like, "You owe Joel favors. You have to help us." And like it's really the first time in the game that she I don't want to say take up for Joel, but at least shows compassion towards Joel.
Well, the thing is that like the way she says it though is like Joel kind of told her like, "Hey, let me do the talking. I'm gonna do this."
Yeah.
But it's like a father-daughter situation, but also the father is like, like iffy about like, okay, well, I'm gonna say I owe some favors, but let's just, let me say it, not you, just in case.
Yeah.
Because I don't know for sure. And she's like, fuck you, old man, you owe Joe favors. It's like, okay, he owes her one favor.
Yeah, and also she's hitting him with a steel pipe.
A steel pipe, which was hilarious. And to be fair, I mean, Bill deserves it. Bill, I know everybody I've seen, they all think the same thing. Bill sucks. He's a dick.
Yeah, Bill is a bit of a dick, but also like it's kind of the situation with most other characters in the game. The situation that everybody is in has made him into that person that we've already kind of touched on in the game.
Yeah.
Or in the talking about Bill earlier with his partner finding him hung in his house, like that sort of thing, like is why Bill and Joel to me are kind of similar characters. They just went down a different path at a time where like Joel could have been more of a dick and he wasn't. And just Bill decided to go down that road of completely isolating himself from everyone, where Joel at least let some people in, but was still pretty much an isolationist.
Yeah.
And shortly after this, they get to his safe house, and as soon as they get in there, he's like, "Don't touch my shit. Don't interact with my shit. Don't touch. Just here." And I really enjoy the comedy here because Ellie's like over here looking at his shit, and he's just like, "What did I fucking tell you?" And she's just like getting smart mouth with him, and I really enjoy that. It's just more funny stuff.
Yeah, we also find out that Ellie just steals a ton of shit from him.
Oh
yeah,
too. Like steals a fucking porno mag and some comics and all sorts of shit.
Just all around very good shit. And after the safe house, they go through a graveyard to get to the high school where they can try to find a car battery so they can get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, this was definitely also tense because this is where we get introduced to a bloater, which is like at this point the biggest and toughest enemy in the game.
Yeah.
It's
I
just
think it's
also I was
is it
again
not the
playing
toughest
during
enemy in the
this
game?
part.
What, Colt?
Is it not the toughest enemy in the game?
I did, yeah.
I thought you said up to this point. I didn't know if there was. I couldn't remember if there was more.
No, I mean there are situations where you're fighting multiple, so I guess it's not the hardest actual encounter because there are a few parts where you're fighting multiple bloaters, but up to this point it is like by far the toughest. And I was playing during this part. I didn't realize that bloaters could throw their fucking gassy shit at you.
Yeah,
I just thought you kind of had to avoid it because you're in the gymnasium of the high school, and Ellie and Bill have already like climbed up the bleachers, the rafters, and like you're just kind of down there, and you're just like, well, shit. So, and you have, I think right before this part, you learn how to make the nail bomb. I think this is the part where they're like, use the nail bomb. That will defeat them quicker. You could have 3 nail bombs, and 3 nail bombs would not kill a bloater.
But it damages them a lot.
It does damage them a lot, but it does not kill them. Also, one part I really enjoyed where you can, and I don't know if it's like this in the PS3 and PS4 versions. Again, probably not as visceral as it is here. You can see chunks of the bloater flying off as you're shooting it with the rifle or the shotgun or the pistol, whatever you have, or the nail bomb, or a Molotov, whatever you have. Like you can see it actively melt or just get, chunked away. It's really fucking cool.
Yeah. Really well like thought out.
And after the school little thing, they make it to a house in the neighborhood. I remember this little sequence because it was freaking me out how Tanner was getting overrun and he didn't shoot them. He was trying to punch them to death, even though he had ammo and he just did not want to shoot them.
Well, okay, so I need to mention before we even started, Colt and Wenzel had sold to me that ammo is a valuable resource in this game and you should not waste it. And I thought Joel's punching animations were cool. So, of course, I'm going to melee. I play tank. Of course, I'm going to melee more. It's just, I love fucking rushing in. I don't like waiting. I'm not a patient person. I like going in, fucking punching. And Colt got annoyed because at some point, again, we were playing on light modes. I don't know if it's different in the other modes. You find plenty of fucking ammo in this game.
Oh, yeah, especially on lower difficulties, you can.
Like there was never a point. I think there was maybe one sequence in the whole game where I'm not going to say who Wenzel got pretty low on ammo, and I was like, oh my god, he's immediately just
Hey,
fucked us.
no.
Also, Wenzel tried to be Hawkeye for a lot of the game.
Yes, he
Uh,
did. He did.
Because I did freaking good.
The bow
Yeah,
is
so
very
it was really a
strong.
tale of three Joels, because Colt played the game like, normal with guns and shit. Wenzel used the bow and arrow the most, and I definitely meleeed the most.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's how we work. That's us.
And also too, I will say Colt like played it pretty fast and loose, but I did
Mhm.
use the bow a lot, but I really tried hard for trick shots and getting great like headshots.
Yeah.
So
That's how
Yeah,
that's how I am with my games. I'm a very fast and violent person
yeah.
Yeah,
in
no,
I
video
would say,
games.
yeah, I would say Colt definitely was like Russian, but also that kind of comes with just Colt has played the game more than us.
No, that's how I play every single game essentially. Well, if you guys weren't there, I'd be looking at all the walls and stuff. I'm a very detailed person. Like if I
Mhm.
see words on a wall, I want to read those words.
I will say we picked up practically everything you could pick up in this game as far as like extra notes and like lore stuff. There were some collectibles we just didn't find.
Yeah, there was a lot
Um,
though.
But yeah, we got a decent chunk of stuff like without really trying.
Yeah, when after the school, like I said, they're going to this neighborhood. They finally get into a house where they find a truck that has a battery in it already, and they also find Bill's old partner that hung himself.
Yep. And then because Bill is kind of angry because Bill realizes that I can't remember Bill's partner's name or if we even get a name for him.
we get a name. I
I
don't
can't remember.
Cannot
But,
remember. I want to say Ted. I know it's not fucking Bill and Ted. But no, and like that's kind of like it's not resentment, but Bill's like, oh, this fucking dickhead stole my car battery and killed himself. Like, oh my god, like I can't believe he done this. And you do again. I know we keep harping on like, oh, it's the facial animations, but the facial animations here, because like even though Bill is talking like this big act, you can see him like wipe his eyes really quick and like head down, shoulders kind of slouched, like having this emotional response. He's just like, fuck this. I mean, this is really affecting everybody. And that's really, as far as where we're in the story, because obviously Bill and Joel have a past that doesn't really get touched on. But Bill and his partner were really, that was the only person that Bill really wanted to help and really cared for. And, seeing him like just hung in this house, he's just like, like,
Yeah.
and it's like it really drives home that point that Ellie says so much through the game. It's like, well, you just gotta endure and survive it, I guess. And he just kind of turns away, and then they go to the truck. I thought that was a really nice detail of just like storytelling there for a side character that we don't see anymore in the game after this.
Yeah.
That's just like, man, like everybody in this game is a tragic character.
Yeah.
almost.
And after they get into this truck and they try to start it up, it doesn't have I can't remember what it is that starts it, but they had to push start it. And while they're doing so, clickers run out of these houses, try to kill you. It's very scary shit. And eventually they do get it started, and that's it for Billstown.
Yeah, they had to pop the clutch.
Yeah, Bill says, "Get the fuck out of my town."
Yeah, and then Bill's like, "We're even. I owe you nothing else. We were square." And I mean, that's that. Pretty much just. I mean, again, they're surviving. You really see Ellie contribute something, because at first, like, Joel's very hesitant about letting her do anything, because Joel, again, with him being, I guess, a lone wolf, if you want to call it. He likes doing things himself, so him like letting Ellie do the driving while him and Bill push the actual truck and defend against the infected is kind of cool, because it's really the first time again you just see Ellie. Ellie shows what she does, because yes, she's a teenager, but she's a very capable teenager under very extreme circumstances. Of she has always been alive during post-apocalypse.
Yeah.
So.
And during the transition to the next chapter in Pittsburgh, You get a fun scene where Ellie's in the back seat reading her comics, and then she pulls out one of the porn mags. She's like, "Ooh, what's that between his legs? That's crazy."
Yeah, and then she's like, "Oh, there's sticky white stuff all over the magazine," and Joel's like, "What?" And she's like, "I'm just fucking with you."
Yeah, and
then
she
she
Yeah,
just
and then I
throws it
think
away.
she throws it out the window. Yeah,
Bye, boys.
yeah. It's just this game. I feel like if this game was made by a different developer, they would try to shoehorn in more comedic relief because you need just a little hope in this game, like because this is all tragedy. Like looking at this game from a big picture, you just need a small sliver of hope. I feel like in the hands of the wrong developer, you would have got some very, for better or worse, Marvel-esque humor in this. Where like after Joel and Ellie kill a bunch of zombies, like you just get Ellie that looks at the camera and goes, "Well, that just happened," or she just goes, "There's a big horde of zombies behind me, isn't there?" Like, but you don't get that in this game.
Yeah.
But the
I
little
think it's got the
humor,
right amount of humor in it.
yes, and it's actually funny. Like it's not just
Mhm.
like shoehorned in. Like it actually makes sense. Something even under these extreme circumstances, people would realistically do and say. And it's not just very shoehorned in. Like, well, we have to get a laugh in there somehow. Like it's good. It's good.
And even with the Ellie's little joke book that she pops out every now and then throughout the story, I really
That pun book's
enjoyed that.
awesome. There's some great jokes in there. One joke in the Left Behind DLC almost made me turn off the game
It's very good.
because I was
Even
so
though I
mad
was
at
playing.
it.
But
Yeah,
Pittsburgh, we ready to start Pittsburgh?
Yeah, let's go into Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, it starts off with Joel and Ellie riding in town. They see a man out in front saying like, "Hey, stop, I need some help." But Joel's like, he does not need help. That man is
He's not even wounded.
not even wounded. And he's like,
Mhm.
buckle up. He starts revving that engine, ready to run over him or run past him. But when he gets past him, a bus nails him into like a grocery store.
Yeah.
And then shit goes absolutely bonkers. And I love this scene so much because the music that's playing is just so fucking fitting.
Yeah.
And it's
And
so good.
it's so tense of what it is. Like, so it's not somebody driving the bus, it's a trap rigged with the bus. We're like, okay, if they drive past the first subversion, we're just gonna nail them with this fucking truck or this bus and hopefully kill them. That is the goal here, I assume, because you don't just throw a bus at people that you
This
want
is
to
the bandit chapter. These bandits, they loot people. They kill people just to get their items.
Yep.
Yeah, so these guys definitely aren't like, these guys are straight up evil because they kill whoever, whenever, they loot, and not only that, they strip them of body parts and organs and sell them and stuff like
sell
that.
them. I think it's implied that they eat them.
No,
No,
it's not this part where they're
not this
cannibals.
part, not this part.
Okay, just make okay. But again, they're products of the circumstance. Like, who's to say these people would be evil if not for
If they're chopping people up and taking their organs, I mean,
that's
but
evil.
I mean, you got to think it's the quickest way to make bundles of cash.
But you got to kill the people to get
credits.
those organs.
Well, sure, yeah. I'm just saying, like, it's not like in real life they'd be like if they were living in present day, like in our time, they'd be like, I gotta sell a fucking testicle on the black market. I understand that happens, but there wouldn't be a whole society of them, I guess. I don't know. I'm just trying to say, also products of their time. Not necessarily. They are, yes, more evil. They're definitely more towards evil than morally gray. It's just like definitely products of the situation. But also,
Tanner is trying to hide the fact that he has a organ selling side business.
Yeah, everybody be careful around Tanner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love just selling people's eardrums.
I mean, no, I see what you're saying, Tanner, because definitely, like, if the apocalypse didn't happen, I mean, more than likely they would still be evil or dicks in present day.
Sure.
But it isn't until the apocalypse happens that, like, there's nobody really to say, hey, this is wrong, or to stop them. So
yeah, nobody's getting arrested for fucking murder, in this time. And it's like, I mean, it's like a survival of the fittest or the damnedest, however you want to describe it in this situation. It's like you just, again, whole point of the game, endure and survive. And that really goes for every single character you see in the game. They are just trying to endure and survive. It goes for every character in the game.
Why do you keep just emphasis on that. That's
I don't. Well, I mean,
endure and
it's an
survive.
interesting. I mean, it's an interesting point that I mean, it's even with these evil characters, and even I would argue maybe the more evil characters we see later in the game. That is what they are doing. They are enduring and surviving. They are just doing it in different ways. Everybody has the same goal in this game. It's just where did they fall on this hypothetical morality scale?
I'd say I agree to a point. And be careful around Tanner.
Yeah, be careful around Tanner.
After this shootout, they make their way through the city to the hotel, but doing so, it's a bunch of combat with these bandits. It's like constantly throwing these fuckers at you, and also peppered with Ellie's joke book stuff, which is very fun. And eventually, they get to the hotel, and the hotel has probably my least favorite part of the entire game. It's so brief, it's so short. But it's like shortly after you enter, you fall down a elevator shaft, and you're forced to make your way back up to Ellie. And during so, you find a room with a generator, and you got to turn the generator on. But there's stalkers, and eventually a bloater, a guy in there as well.
Yeah, and it's also like jump scare because the first time you crank the generator, they just pop. It is like,
they just grab you.
And I don't. Maybe y'all can speak on this a little bit more, talking about maybe the audio side of it. Do the screams sound different? Because like, is the audio the audio improvements that noticeable? Because there's some screams in this game that are like genuinely terrifying. I feel like
the screams and like audio in general is a lot better. The clicker sounds are fantastic. Like it was fine on PS3, PS4 version, but with Last of Us 2, they got way better clicker sounds, and they put those in the remake.
For real, they changed it.
Yeah, because it was very like, man, this is like crazy like detail that I like it. You know, sometimes you hear a scream in the game and you're like, I mean, you like, yeah, that was in a recording booth. In this game, you're like, oh, they stabbed people to get these sounds.
Yeah, there's actual monsters in the studio.
Yeah, they burn people alive. Oh, I can't remember. How do they transition from hotel to lobby to the financial district? I can't.
So
remember.
what happens is in the hotel lobby, Joel climbs up a ladder, and as he climbs up, a guy ambushes him, throws him down, and then the guy attempts to drown him. But Ellie is able to get the gun and shoot the guy, killing him and saving Joel. And Joel's like, "You could have shot me." And Joel's mad and upset and stuff because, I mean, really though, he was in a tough spot and he just doesn't want to admit that he needed help. And
from a kid at that.
Yeah. And then eventually we get to this part where, like, you know, Ellie is like, "No, fuck that, man. Like, you need to say thank you, or, you know, you're welcome," like all that stuff, because like I mean, she helped him and he's being kind of ungrateful. But then we get to this part where they find a rifle, and Joel's like, "All right, here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna use this, and you're gonna cover me." And it's it's basically, now we see a development where not only is Ellie, you know, participating like she did with the truck, but she's even more now. She's now an asset basically in the gameplay, where like, okay, she can actually cover me and help me while I'm taking out all these bandits.
And she's a sharpshooter.
Yeah, she's a sharpshooter. She had a little practice with a BB gun. So she definitely knows what she's doing, and that's how we go through the financial district and get through that.
Yeah, it's really the first time too we see Joel actually put like responsibility on her. Like, say what, like, I know I said that with the truck, but at the end of the day, she was just like in the truck. This is her like actively participating, being like, okay, here's a gun. If you do bad or fuck up, I'm going to die, which is going to lead to you dying.
Yeah.
So
Joel realized, like, well, you've already killed one man. What's 50 others? To add. It's very good. At the end of Financial District, Joel and Ellie, they break into this room, and when they do, Joel gets jumped by this man, and he immediately starts punching him and trying to beat him to death because he's jumping him. And Ellie's like, whoa, stop, because there's a little kid in the room with them. And
who has a gun?
has a gun pointed right at them. And Joel's still going to town on this dude. And he's like, what the fuck? And he's still punching. And he's like, oh, hands up. He's like, you're not like them because you have a kid with you, because the bandits, they kill all kids. So they realize that they're both on the same side-ish.
What was that about? Morals, Tanner?
What part about morals?
The bandits kill kids.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, yes. But I'm speaking solely from an in-universe. They kill kids because they see them as non-contributors and weights that slow them down. I'm not saying it is okay to kill kids. Obviously. It's just it's just from the perspective of this game. Yes, they are. These people are evil in this section. The bandits, the gang of bandits are evil people. But it is very much because of a fucking apocalypse.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like
no.
I'm not saying they're good or these are morally gray characters, because very obviously here they are not, because they murder kids solely because kids slow them down.
Yeah. No, I'm fucking with you, dude. I know. Like,
so many for going.
My favorite part about this little interaction between Joel and this new guy, I can't remember his name, Sam and
Henry.
He's like, dude, you were really hurting me with those punches. And Joel's like, yeah, I was trying to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just straight up. Joel's like, I was trying to murder you.
Yeah, it's very good. There's also like a very good detail whenever Henry jumps Joel, but Joel is like fighting back. Henry sees Ellie and he's like, what? Like, he has a moment where it's like, oh shit, like, never mind, like, we're on the same side, technically. And I mean, they do reveal that they're on the same side too, because they're trying to find the fireflies. So they're going literally the same way.
Yeah, and Henry and Sam are brothers. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's like blood in their bond.
Yeah, Sam is like 13, and then Henry is much older in his.
Yeah, Henry's
20s.
Definitely. Yeah, I would say mid-20s at earliest.
Yeah,
I mean, like a pretty stark difference in age.
And then in the Escape the City part of the game, it follows Joel, Ellie, Henry, and Sam as they try to escape the city. They got to make it to a bridge to cross it to get to safety. But during this jaunt across to the bridge, they interact with more bandits, specifically a heavily armored Jeep with a mounted machine gun turret on top that shoots like 50 caliber rounds.
And it's completely covered, so like the only way
you can't snipe it.
You can't snipe it. Like the only way is if you were to shoot the very tiny slit on the front windshield. But even then, that glass is bulletproof, so you can't snipe anybody. And also, let's mention too, this Humvee, it has a freaking they strapped a person, I want to say, on the front.
Yeah. Some kind of like ward or like a warning, I guess.
Yeah. So.
And it's a constant through this whole part of the game too. Like it's always kind of lurking, kind of close to you.
Yeah, and like
you have several interactions with it.
Yeah, and
it's fucking scary.
It is. Yeah. It is fucking scary.
It is, because there is nothing you can do but run from it.
Yeah, and eventually it corners you on the bridge, but you realize the bridge is broken because it's 20 years after the apocalypse. Nobody's maintaining the shit. Mm-hmm. And
we have some bridges like that in town.
Yeah, we do.
I always, every time we get to at the end of the bridge, I have to make a choice. I'm like, shit, do I jump it or do I fight this car that's trying to kill me?
And you jump directly in front of a car on the interstate and get ran over.
Yeah.
But they are forced to jump off the bridge because the Humvee's trying to ram past it so they can gun them down. So they jump in the water, even Ellie, even though she can't swim. And Joel like quickly grabs her, and they get bonked against a rock. And Joel is unconscious for like a few hours, I guess.
Yeah,
while they get back with Sam and Henry. I forgot to mention, Sam and Henry also just abandoned them when the Humvee started coming at them.
Yeah, because like the the ladder that they were climbing on top of the truck breaks, and Ellie's already up there. And again, this is really another bond building moment between Ellie and Joel. Ellie jumps down to be with Joel. She very easily could have went with Sam and Henry, but she jumps down to help Joel.
And this is a moment too where you think like, oh yeah, these guys, why'd they do that? They suck or whatever. But then it's after the river sequence where Henry is the one that saves Joel and Ellie out of the water, and it's like Joel gets pissed off and takes the gun away from Henry and is like threatening to kill them. But Henry's like, what would you do in the same situation?
Yeah.
Like,
and
Joel
Ellie's like, he
thing.
saved us. Ellie's like, we would have died without him. So it's kind of like but like, again, because Joel realizes, he's like, well, I guess I would have left y'all in that same situation. So
yeah, because I mean, it makes sense. Henry was like, his priority is Sam, his younger brother, a kid. So like, if he can't help you guys, like, I mean, he's gonna, there's nothing much he can do.
Yeah. Yep. And now we're in a new part of summer, the last part of summer, actually, in the suburbs. And it begins with the sewers on this little island area, or this little beach area, I should say. They find a little grate that they can enter to find this little underground sewer commune that they had where people were living there. And when they get in there, it's infested with clickers, stalkers, all the bad stuff you can get. And eventually you'll find stuff like a kindergarten where a teacher made kids swallow a bunch of pills to kill themselves so that the clickers don't get them. Pretty dark.
It's pretty dark because you never noticed this, but in this time, literally, if you look, I mean, it doesn't even take much looking, but there's a blanket draped over a man and tiny little feet.
Yep.
Yeah, like several like bodies in there. Also, I thought was just a kind of like a eye for detail thing. You can pick up the pills because we haven't mentioned, but pills is how you upgrade some of Joel's attributes, like reload speed and speed and stuff. And you can pick up the pills that this teacher gave these kids so they wouldn't have to endure being infected.
And the teacher took them eventually themselves, and then Joel's picking up so he can take 50 at a time to be able to hear more.
Yeah, that is true. Like because occasionally you would get pop-ups like, "Oh, you have 65 pills. You want to reload your gun 20% faster?" And you're like, man.
When Colt said that, I spit so loud it made my mic go red. The light.
I mean, it's true. It's just like, man, Joel's just taking all these child aspirin and chewable Benadryl and who knows what the fuck. He probably got some legit, let's see, 2013. He would have got some, Oxycontin, probably.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh my god.
He went all in. No, Joel's a drug addict for sure.
Do you want to craft quicker? Here you go. Here's some pills.
Yeah, here's 65 aspirin.
Level? The max level, you need 100 pills. You need to swallow 100 pills right now.
Dude, 100 pills of speed.
Yeah, and it's not said in the game, but Joel has an allergy to fish oil. So these aren't like your omega-3s or anything. These are drugs.
Yeah, these are straight up drugs.
They don't say it in the game, but he is allergic to fish
also
oil.
something that doesn't say in the game too is Joel's an addict.
Yeah, no, hardcore.
He has to be.
So he can reload his gun faster.
In the sewers, they make it through the sewers. It's pretty uneventful, other than the clickers that are fucking everywhere and the cool environmental storytelling.
Oh, I will say there's a part in there where they get split up. Other than that, like, they get out of it, and there's a sign where they went. That's the entrance. Their exit was the entrance, and there's a sign that says, "Don't go inside, infected," which was kind of funny.
Yeah, like they're like, well, it would have been nice to have the warning, but they entered from the back door essentially.
Yeah.
And now we're in the suburbs where the fun is. I really like the suburbs because there's a lot of houses that you can enter and loot. And that's one of my favorite things about the Last of Us games is actually searching the entire environment and getting all the loot that you can get.
Yeah, because pretty much every building, this is going to sound redundant in a way, but like they're not by any means like mandatory, but pretty much every building you can find a way into, it's worth going into.
Yes.
Yeah. To like, There are some buildings that are like blocked off for whatever reason or another, but every building you can get into is like worth your time. You can find either a collectible, maybe find some extra screws. By the way, Joel loves collecting nuts and bolts.
Oh, he loves them.
Fucking loves that shit. His pockets were jingling.
It doesn't say in the game, but Joel's also an addict for nuts and bolts.
Yeah, he eats metal as well. Because we never see him eat actual food in the game. Now that I think about it, it's just pills and screws.
Yeah,
the real son of Jacqueline Kennedy.
Yeah. Yeah. So
in the suburbs, they make their way with Sam and Henry to eventually they get to a large open-ish area with a bunch of obvious like places you can hide behind so you don't get shot. And immediately sniper fire just comes at them from a single sniper in a house on the opposite end of the open area.
yeah, it's like a cul-de-sac, I want to say.
And you got to make your way up to that area and fucking kill the sniper. And that shit's pretty scary, but I can't remember who was playing, but they just ran straight up the middle when you could have went to the right or the left where it was easier to sneak in the houses.
It was
me.
Tanner.
Yeah, Tanner just ran straight up the middle.
Yep. And guess what? We beat the game, so obviously it fucking worked.
Yes.
Because I remember Tanner like being hit a lot. There was guys who Tanner could have shot, but he fought them fist to fist.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even when they're unloading like 6 rounds into him, he's still insisting on punching.
Joel can take a lot of bullets.
Yeah.
That is true.
Joel can take a lot of bullets. Granted, some of the guys in that game can take a lot of bullets too, because I'm telling you, if you shoot somebody square in the fucking stomach with a shotgun, they should die.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah.
You eventually kill the sniper and you become the sniper and you start shooting at Ellie, Sam. No, you are protecting them from some clickers. And not only that, you're protecting them. Well, first for the clickers, you get attacked by the bandits, and an old friend pops up that you love to see. That fucking Humvee from across the bridge is now on this side, gunning down your friends.
Yep. Which it was pretty satisfying because I know because Tanner wasn't able to do this, but I remember when I originally played, if you shoot the guy as he gets out of the Humvee to throw a Molotov, if you shoot him as he's about to throw it, or it shows his hand. If you shoot his hand, he'll actually drop the Molotov in the Humvee and it'll catch on fire. But it doesn't matter because if you have to wait for him to come out to really get a good shot of him, and when you do that, the Humvee catches on fire, and it's pretty satisfying.
Yeah, it's definitely. And one thing I like about the Humvee, I would say, I don't know about y'all's experience, the Humvee is really the closest thing to a boss that we have in this game.
Yeah.
Just talking video game terms for a second. And I really like how just like gloom and doom it immediately feels, because it's not a fast Humvee by any means, but it, like in this post-apocalyptic world, it is like you're like, well, there's no fucking way I can beat this. Bulletproof glass, shielded on all corners. It's military grade, and just like a caliber of bullet that you have nothing. I mean, you can hide behind a fucking car and it just blows the car apart or whatever. So it's really satisfying, like, for it to go down in a realistic way. Like, you didn't have to get some super be like, actually, Joel, we found some World War II grade landmines that we're about to fucking lay out. We got super lucky. It's like, no, you killed the guy coming out of it who has been throwing Molotovs at you throughout the level, and you just finally get the shot. You kill him. He drops the Molotov in the Humvee, and it explodes. It's very satisfying, but it's also not corny or over the top in any way.
Yeah, no, it's all luck.
After you defeat the Humvee, clickers start coming in, and they jump on Ellie and Sam. So you have to shoot them off of them, and eventually you make it back to a safe place, so where you can chill for the night, have some fun, eat some beans.
I forgot. I was about to say Joel eats beans here.
They eat beans and talk about Harley Davidson motorcycles.
And Ellie reveals to Sam that she picked up a toy that he picked up earlier in the chapters that Henry told him, said, no, the only important thing's in that bag. And that toy's not important. Ellie picked it up for him and gave it to him. But immediately after that, he was so ungrateful, he threw it on the ground and started sulking because he was, quote unquote, infected.
Yeah, he got bit,
Yeah, he was
like, in
bit.
the leg.
I don't know why he said quote unquote. He was.
Well, because he's a little baby.
I mean,
Whoa.
well, no. Give Sam some credit.
Oh, no,
We're
I'm joking.
We're joking. Jesus Christ. A little
Is this
kid
time
got-
for jokes?
You're right. I'm so sorry.
He is kind of right, though, because it's kind of sad.
It is a really sad part of the game, especially what happens next.
Yeah, like they wake up in the morning. Ellie's like, what's for dinner? Beans. And she's like, go wake up Sam so we can eat some beans together like a real family. And when she goes in to check on him, he's like leaning around, nodding off, and he starts to attack Ellie. And Joel's like, what the fuck? And she's screaming, he's infected, do something. And Henry's like, no, don't you do it. That's my brother.
And
he
points a
shoots-
gun at Joel.
Yeah, and he shoots
Again.
in his general direction. Joel's like, fuck this. And before Joel can do anything, he shoots his brother in the head, killing him.
Yep.
And then Joel's like, all right, don't do this now. Don't do this.
I'm just gonna take the gun away from you. And Henry's like, this is all your fault. You're the reason why this is all happening. And they get closer and closer, and then finally you think, oh fuck, Henry's about to shoot Joel. Nope, he kills himself.
Yep. And
Very sad.
Yeah, like definitely just damn.
And that's
Like,
how it
yeah, I mean-
ends. That's how the summer chapter ends. As soon as he
Yeah.
shoots himself, it just fades to black instantly.
Yep.
It's
It fades and
tough-
you're like immediately in fall. Like but it fades in such a way where you have like the load times in this version are really good, so it's not a lot of time, but I assume in the
Yeah.
PS3 and PS4 versions it's a little bit longer. You have time to just like sit and be like, fuck.
Yeah.
You're just like, man, can't believe that just transpired.
Yeah,
it's
Summer was a long and hard chapter. And
Yeah,
everything
yeah.
that happened in it reflects that.
Yeah, like everything that happened, it really encapsulates what summer is like, for especially for like the survival aspect. It's hot, it's sweaty, it's gross. That's what this level is. Like, there's a lot of outside stuff. You're fighting against the elements, you're fighting against the infected, fighting against these bandits, and it ends in tragedy, as is par for the course for the whole game. But yeah, it's brutal.
I mean, like every summer ends in tragedy. For you know,
That's
gotta go
true. I
back
got in
to
a car wreck
school.
this summer.
This summer I had to go back to school.
We go back to school August 8th. I hate my new teachers. I don't want to go to school for 8 periods.
I get so stressed when I have to go pick up my schedule because I hope I got the classes I wanted, but sometimes they put the classes that I didn't want in there, and I hate seeing all the other kids and the teachers and.
And my 9 weeks report card comes in soon. Fuck.
Y'all have been
Anyways.
graduated for 5 years.
Yeah. I have not
Yeah.
been to school for a while. Now we're in fall. This is the fall chapter, and it starts off with Joel and Ellie are now next to Tommy's little village.
Yeah, Dev, you have kind of fast forward a little bit. You have went from this
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh
Wyoming.
area ish. You are now in Wyoming, so like there's been quite a bit of travel.
The nature's
involved.
different. It's all green and wet and rainy.
Well, it's fall.
No, not in this part. And this part during the fall time, it's fucking brown and dead in Wyoming.
Yeah, it was raining too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was raining too.
It
Yeah,
was, but it's also fall, so leaves are
it was,
changing.
it was
I
fucking.
mean, I'm looking at a screenshot right now, and it looks very green.
Oh my gosh, Colt! Look again.
Anyways, we're here now, and everyone's just like, after you just watched that dude blow his brains out after killing his brother, it's like, damn, thanks for the downtime, I guess.
Yeah, it's interesting too because like Joel and Ellie seem past it in a way where it's at least been a couple of weeks
Yeah.
in between. But you as the player,
Yeah.
it's been 30 seconds, and you're just like, what the hell? why are we doing this now?
Yeah. And then you eventually just get to Tommy's. It's a nice little like reunion. because like they're like, get the fuck away from this gate, and then Tommy's like, hold up, that's my brother.
That's my brother.
And it was a nice little reunion that they had.
Yeah, like Tommy is genuinely happy to see him.
Even though they
And-
apparently left on a bad note when they last met.
That's the one story beat I want to touch on. Don't know if it gets brought up in Last of Us 2, so I'm not holding up it against the game because, like, you know, and that, if it's been a long time, and even if you didn't end things amicably, you could see somebody after 10 years and be like, you know what, you are my brother, this and that and the other, so whatever. I'm not holding it against the game, but it is weird how pretty immediately they're just like, we're buds again. And brothers,
family,
there is one part where Tommy's like, no, I'll fucking kill you. Don't get it twisted. Which who hasn't said that to their brother before? I guess.
Amen.
But it's definitely interesting where they're just like happy to see each other.
I mean, to be fair, I mean they're family, and like it's been so long. I mean,
exactly. That's like I kind of wish we would find. I guess we do kind of realize why Tommy and Joel had their falling out, because it's more like Tommy wanted to do shit with the Fireflies. Joel really didn't want anything to do with it, and I assume the fallout kind of came somewhere from there.
yeah,
But we find out that Tommy is definitely more settled down in a way than Joel.
Well,
because he's
Tommy
got a
left
new
the
wife.
Fireflies
Yeah.
forever ago, and it's revealed that
Yeah.
Tommy has a wife. It's Maria. She's the one that leads their kind of compound. She's like the mayor. They're trying to work on this hydroelectric dam, get it running, getting power to their settlement.
Mhm.
Yeah, so like a lot of development has been going on for Tommy and his life and what they're doing out there.
Yeah. And I mentioned earlier, I was talking about morally good characters. I think this is just within part 1. There's no part 2 stuff involved in this. I think Maria may be the only morally good character in this game.
Yeah, like her and Tommy are both good people.
Yeah, Tommy in a way, but like we've also just with Tommy being involved with the Fireflies, like we know Tommy has also done fucked up shit. With Maria, like it's just she is a good person, like trying to do all this for the city, you know, getting everybody together. She is a strong leader. We see her take to Ellie very quickly, and her and Ellie kind of develop this relationship pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And she's like there's no gray area with her. I hope I'm not eating my words next month when we're covering part 2.
I'll go and tell you no. You're
Okay.
not.
Well,
yeah, Maria is very good. She's just trying to get civilization started back.
Yeah. It's definitely like just like she is taking care of business in a way that's really cool. Like, because it's not like, again, could have very easily fallen into the trope of being like, oh, Tommy, come save me. Tommy, please be the leader of this compound. And it's like, Maria runs this shit straight up in this post-apocalyptic society. Tommy does whatever the fuck she says, because Maria will fuck him up if she doesn't, or if she doesn't.
Because
she is a very powerful character in this game. I really love this part of the game in general, the whole fall chapter, but really at Tommy's, you know, little compound dam area, I thought was a really fun part of the game.
I will say too, it's like where we you know, again, Joel comes here to ask Tommy about where the Fireflies could be, and not only that, it's for Joel to kind of pass responsibility off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because at this part of the game, he's like, Tommy, I need you to take over. You know where the Fireflies are. I want you to take this girl to the Fireflies. Help me out. I'm done. I've already came all this way, because at this point, Joel's come from wherever the fuck they started, Boston-esque area, to Wyoming almost entirely on foot. So Joel, and again, we learned that Joel's 52 years old, so not an easy journey to make for sure. And she's just like, or he's just like, I need you to take over and do this now, since you know where they are. You can get to them very quick. I guess it's assumed. Well, Tommy has horses, so at least has a faster mode of transportation.
Yeah. And then Joel also reveals to Tommy that she is the cure.
Joel reveals that she is infected, but she has been infected at this point in the game a few months.
Well over that. So
yeah,
yeah, and then whenever that happens, that's when Tommy's like, oh shit. So he literally goes to talk to Maria, and Maria doesn't like it, obviously, because she's like, I don't need you out there dying. I need you here as a husband
Yep.
with me. And
Yeah,
I think
and it's not a bad, like, it's not like Maria's like fuck civilization. It's like this is the closest thing to family she's known. It's implied in the game, like her and Tommy are in love. They love each other. Like, obviously, you never want to see your husband go off on. I guess kind of compare it to, like, I guess when I going off for military service, like
it kind of, and it's also kind of like, Joel's been the one that's been doing this, and they just met. Like, it's like Joel just met him after years. He just met
this is
girl.
the first time Joel and Maria have met each other.
Yeah.
But also Joel and Tommy, like, they haven't seen each other for a long time, and it's like he basically just pops up out of the blue, and it's just like, hey, can you do this dangerous thing for me so I don't have to do it anymore?
Yeah, can you go to practically the West Coast for me? I know we're in Wyoming.
Yeah, like it's completely understandable. I really enjoyed that, and then you have Ellie kind of pop up, and they're like, "What's going on over there?" She doesn't know, but it's obvious that maybe she's kind of like picking up on what's going on, and that's where I guess we go into the next level, which is Ranch House.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
but before they get there, it's like a raid on the dam.
Oh yeah, there's a raid on the dam.
And during the raid, after it's over, you find out Ellie found out about Joel trying to pawn her off on Tommy so he doesn't have to finish the job. So she gets angry about it, and she steals a horse and rides away to the ranch house.
Yep. And
now
there on your way with Tommy, you're riding a horse. It's where we get like the horse, I guess, physics or the horse gameplay. It's really cool. And along the way, you fight some more bandits. It's you see mud. You see horse tracks in the mud. It's pretty cool. Really,
the horse riding here reminds me a lot of the horse riding in Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah.
Like it felt more like that than, say, the horse riding in Witcher 3.
Yeah.
It felt a lot more fluid, but also, and again, because I was playing this part on the horse. With the horse, it really feels like there is some, I guess, a little bit of resistance on the DualSense. Like, it wasn't just like you press the trigger, you go. It was like, okay, like there's a little bit of resistance here. I'm sure that's a DualSense thing, especially with the haptic triggers. I don't know if maybe I was just feeling it in my mind, but it definitely felt like there was some sort of like hesitancy with riding the horse. Again, just I thought it was a kind of a cool thing thrown in there.
But when you eventually get to the ranch house, Joel goes upstairs to find Ellie.
Well, first he breaks every window in the house.
You broke every window in the house for 15 minutes when that whole section should have been over in like 7 minutes.
Yeah, Colt was like, this should have only taken 7 minutes. And like minute 20, fucking busted windows open. And me and Wenzel are laughing. And Colt's like, this is not good time management.
Because I was worried we wouldn't finish before then, but it doesn't matter anymore.
Colt also greatly overestimated how long it would take us to beat the game.
Like I said, better to over prepare than under.
I completely agree. But Colt would, and I had nothing to base this off of. So Colt said it took us 13 hours to beat the main game and about 3 hours to beat Left Behind. It took us about 10 hours to beat the main game and about an hour and a half to beat Left Behind.
Now you know. But whenever he gets up to talk to Ellie, Ellie's like really mad and sad that Joel wanted to pawn her off, and he's like, "You're gonna have to. You're not my fucking daughter, and I'm not your damn daddy."
Yeah, he says it just like that.
Mean scene.
Yeah, but it's a very powerful. Like when people talk about how well acted the game is, this should be the scene that is used as an example. Because it's Joel's not saying it in anger, but Joel's saying it in a way so it's just a fucking cut, so he feels nothing from it. He's like, I mean, exactly what Colt said, about Ellie not being his daughter, and I mean, he cuts it off, and he's done, washes his hands clean of it.
Yeah, because
or so we thought.
he doesn't want to confront or feel this part of himself that he hasn't felt in 20 years, which is like having a daughter or somebody to look after. He doesn't want to feel that. And it's like Tanner said, it's a really good scene where Ellie learns about Sarah through Maria, and she mentions her, and Joel is like, you're treading on some mighty thin ice.
Mm-hmm.
And you see you really see like the anger, or I mean, in that moment he was very angry because that was something that was personal to him that that's kind of being like talked about behind him, and then being brought up after he tried so hard to hide it away. Like
Yeah.
it's really good.
Yeah, like it is a great scene. Like this whole sequence and scene, and what we're about to get into, is really what turned the game from, okay, this is like pretty good, to being like, oh, this is why people like revere this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. And after the ranch house, Ellie gets on the horse sadly, and they ride back to the village. When they get there, Joel's like, Ellie, get off that horse and come on, get on this one. And Tommy's like, what? What are you talking about? I'll take her. He's like, nah, I'll go ahead and do it now. Where'd you say the Fireflies were set up? And he's like, no, well, they're out there in Utah, Salt Lake City.
No,
And,
he doesn't. He says the last known place was University of Eastern Colorado.
oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's my bad. I
Where
skipped.
He says that, and Joel's like, go Bighorns. And then he tells Ellie, get off that horse, get on mine. And Tommy's like, what are you doing? And Joel's like, Maria scares me, so I just
Yeah.
thought I might go
Yeah.
on ahead.
Yeah, like it is a really sweet moment. Like it genuinely feels like, oh, okay, Joel does feel responsibility for Ellie. He has already grown this attachment, even though up until this point it doesn't really show. But at this point, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that Joel thinks of Ellie as, if not his daughter, then a child that he has sole responsibility for. Like up from now on, anything that happens to Ellie is because of Joel.
Yeah, for like absolutely. It's where we see basically a change of heart and and character development, where
Yeah, some great character development in this short little fall chapter for Joel. Like it's really nice because you start to think, you're like, maybe Joel is a good guy, and he is, I guess, in a way, but yeah,
some bad things.
yeah, good qualities. Let's
Yeah.
call him that.
And now we're going to start the university part of fall, the last part of fall. And they first get to the University of Colorado, and it's a nice little beautiful setting. It's all yellow, fall colors in full bloom here.
go Bighorns.
Yeah,
And
this was the part where I said, even though you're locked into a campus, it feels so big.
yeah,
Like,
this
it
is
felt
probably
like-
the biggest part of the game, I think.
It was cool. This is also the part, just random aside, where Wenzel was talking about the little drawing sketch architecture area. It's in the university level.
No, it
So
wasn't.
nice.
Yes, it was. There was a little art studio in the university level.
Yeah, but the one I was talking about specifically was right before we get to the end of summer with Sam and Henry.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then.
Yeah.
But on their journey through the campus to get to the science building, they interact with the clickers that have taken over the college dorms. I really enjoyed the college dorms part because you could see into these individual bedrooms, and they're not copied and pasted. They're actually unique to whoever was there in the past.
Yeah. It was really cool. And you go into quite a few, and I'm sure there were some we didn't even go into that we could have.
There was one room that had a lot of arrows. It was kind of sus.
I imagine it was an archery guy.
It's weird because there was no targets anywhere in that room.
I don't fucking know what to tell you, man.
Just
But they
joke.
eventually get interacting with another fucking bloater, and it's still horrifying watching them charge at you. We didn't talk about it just yet, but when you get killed by the bloater, we got killed by the bloater actually a good bit.
For the first time at this part.
Yeah. And the way it just rips your jaw open while crushing your head and making your eyes pop out, it's pretty brutal.
It is brutal. I cannot imagine it looks that good in either of the other two versions. I know we keep drawing back to that, but it really does need to be said just how stark of a difference. Like this game is more violent for sure. Like because the technology that's there.
And then after you get through the college dorms and whatnot, you finally get to like the science building, the giant building that looks like a mirror. Well, actually, before you do, there's an important detail I do not want to miss. There's a horde of monkeys that run around on the campus that I absolutely love.
Yeah, the monkeys were cool.
We go to, or every time I play this part of the game, I always look for those monkeys because I love those monkeys. And that's the main thing I remember about this chapter. And I've played it multiple times, is that there's monkeys in this chapter.
That is true. Like Colt, I could tell Colt was getting excited about something coming up. I'm like, oh, I bet it's going to be this really cool part of the game. It's just fucking monkeys.
Yeah.
Yep, monkeys.
But in the science building, they try to look through it, but the Fireflies were here, but they're no longer there. And they got to figure out how the hell to find them now. And they got to eventually climb up to this tower where they find a recorder where a Firefly killed himself after he recorded this. And he says they're not here anymore. They're gone. This is where we learned they went to Salt Lake City.
Utah.
Yeah.
And right after they find this out, they see flashlights roaming through the hallways in the lower levels. And a gunshot fires directly at them because they are spotted. And it's really good. And just the whole scene of you fighting through that college campus trying to get out of there. Fuck.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming, and I didn't know if Tanner knew it was coming. I knew Wenzel knew. And eventually when he fell on that spike, I was like, fuck.
Oh no, I felt that in my fucking gut. When he fell on that spike.
It looked even more just gruesome and oh my god, like you really felt like the pain and his age all just coming together in this moment.
Yeah, because I see that part. I've never played to this part, and I don't know if I've said this. I went spoiler free with this game. Did not know what happened. I was like, there's no fucking way Joel's dying right here.
It's so funny because I looked at people like playthroughs and stuff, and everybody thinks that, oh shit, this is where Joel dies. Like it's
I was dying too when I first played it.
It was crazy. And this is I mean, throughout this entire place when we're fighting these bandits, like this is a different group, by the way, different group of bandits. We're fighting them, and we see where like, because after Joel gets stabbed, there's a moment where Ellie's like trying to figure out what to do, how to help him, and he just moans or like grunts move because there's people coming through the door, and we get a cool moment where he yells it, he's like move, and then he pushes her and kills these two guys in slow-mo. It was so sick.
Yeah, it is awesome. Like then you're like, oh, Joel's a badass. Like, yeah. I mean, obviously you're thinking that through the game, but you're like, man, dude, it has fallen at least 2 stories onto this 3 stories onto this spike, and he has the wherewithal to tell this person he cares about, Ellie, to move out of the way, and just fucking pops these 2 dudes, and you're just like, sick. Hell yeah, like, it's sick.
And through this escape out of the science building, we see where Joel is his like. Not his relationship with Ellie has reached its peak, but we see at this moment that like with how hard he's fighting and with him and Ellie, we see where like Ellie is now important enough to him that he's willing to go the lengths and kill whoever gets in the way.
Yeah. Well, and obviously too, like at this point too, with him being on the spike, he is okay with dying for Ellie. I mean, obviously he doesn't want to because then that puts Ellie in a ton of danger, but he is okay with losing his life for Ellie.
Yeah.
And eventually they make it out of the thing, and Ellie's like struggling to get him on the horse, and they finally get him on the horse, and they're walking out with the horse, and Joel slowly slumps over until he falls off the horse, and that's That's where the chapter ends.
Yep.
Mhm.
And it jumps to winter immediately, where Ellie is with Joel in a cold ass garage. See your breath. Does not look comfortable at all, and Joel is pale and he looks like he's about to die.
Well, not at first. It cuts you to where Ellie's hunting.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's
Because
right.
because I jump in and I'm playing, and this is the first time you're playing as Ellie, and I'm like, well, fuck me, Joel's dead, huh? Like, I remember just thinking that. I'm like, well, I'm not going to say anything. I don't want them to spoil it for me. But I was like, is Joel really dead?
Yeah. Yeah, so we're going hunting as Ellie. I actually play this part because I do really good with the bow, and God, it's so good. Kind of seeing seeing Ellie on her own, um being resourceful on her own, and also too we encounter more characters, and yeah, I don't know if Colt wants to go into this.
Yeah, Ellie's hunting the deer. She finally tracks it down, and when she finds it, she also interacts with some people. They're like, "That's a nice deer you got there. How many are in your group?" I shouldn't be talking like this just yet. She's like, "How many people are in your group?" And she's like,
Women,
"Yeah, I got
children.
women and children, a large group. We need this deer." And he's like, "I'll trade you for it." And she's like, "Yeah, medicine. Medicine. Do you have any?" And he's like, "Yeah, I can get you some medicine." And he tells the guy that was with him, "Go get some medicine. I'll wait here with her with the deer to make sure nothing weird happens." And
Yep.
while they're waiting, clickers start rushing the little wood mill that they're in. It's an old abandoned wood mill. And it's you and him are trying to just survive, barricading the doors, running around.
It's like a Left 4 Dead or like Call of Duty zombie situation where
Yeah.
there's just a horde of zombies just attacking you, and you're both you're limited because you're Ellie, so you're limited. You have just a pistol. You get a rifle that you steal off of them, and a
And
bow.
you have a
your bow.
knife that doesn't break.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like,
switchblade,
versus
and
the shivs that Joel has. Like, you
oh,
have a
also
knife
should
that won't
mention
break.
too, in the science building, the last chapter, Joel finds a flamethrower.
Yeah, he does.
Oh yeah. Which really threw me for a fucking loop. Because I'm like, oh, all these survival weapons. And then before like the last little bit of the game, they're like, well, here's a fucking flamethrower.
Yeah. But yeah, so you try to survive with this guy. You do find out his name. His name is David. And you go
David
back.
Koresh. Well, he's similar to him.
Jeez.
Jesus.
I'm not wrong.
No, so
No.
they go back to get their deer, and David reveals that they've been he's a man of God, apparently.
Yeah.
He's a Christian, and he says that this is also the entire time too when Ellie curses or says anything, he's like, "Hey, watch your mouth. Like, don't
Yeah, he's
curse.
like, don't say that.
No cussy wussies.
No cussy wussies."
That's
And,
actually literally what he says.
Yes.
yeah, and he reveals that this is fate because a bunch of their group got killed by a man traveling with a young girl at a science building. And yeah.
And now the guy arrives, gives him medicine, and they trade for the deer. And like the guy's like, "You're really just gonna let her go?" And he's like, "Yeah, just let her go. This is a nice little transaction." And she finally, this is where she interacts with Joel.
Yeah, this is where you find out that Joel is not totally dead. Well, you really find out when she says you have medicine. You're like, oh, thank Christ, Joel's not dead.
And she gives him the medicine, and he still looks as fucked up as ever. But during, though, you hear like rumbling after she falls asleep after giving this medicine. She wakes up to the sounds of like rustling and people's voices outside. And she's like, "Shit, they followed me." And she gets on the horse and starts running away, trying to lure them away from Joel. So he doesn't get hurt. She can't do anything with him right now. And during so, the horse gets shot in the fucking head.
Yeah,
Fucking
rest
dead.
in peace, Callus.
Rest in peace, Callus.
It was such a good horse. And she tries to escape, and eventually this man knocks her out cold and puts her in her cage.
Yeah, it gets thrown into a dog pen, essentially.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's here where we see that guy from before. He's chopping up a person. There is implied now that there is cannibalism among this group.
Yep.
And this guy, David,
Yeah,
is being
David
all
Koresh
nice.
tries to feed her some food. He brings in a tray and he's like, "Here you go, here's some food." And she like says, "Is this human meat?" And he's like, "No, that's the deer." And she starts gobbling on the food. And then he's like saying some bullshit like, "You could help me find this man, do this, blah blah blah."
You're
And he's
just a
like,
kid.
"You're
because he's taking advantage of you. You're just a kid. You don't know any
Yeah.
better.
and you can join me, and you're so special."
Yeah, so Ellie puts her hand through the thing, and he grabs her hand, and it's very much implied
He is a pedophile.
he is a pedophile because
Yeah.
he calls her very special, and he's very like his tone changes. And then she's even like, oh, like trying to like be like, oh, I
Play
see
into
what
it
you
a little
mean.
bit. Yeah.
Yeah, until she breaks his fucking finger.
Yeah.
So I totally misread this first part. I just did not pick up on the tone shift, and I thought it was implied that he thought she was special because he already knew she was infected.
Oh,
Did
no.
not. And then Colt Wenzel pointed out to me, I'm like, oh, well, that makes way more sense.
Yeah, and you also get this completely confirmed too when later when um this is kind of jumping ahead, but she bites him and then she's like, I'm infected, and he's like, fuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she breaks his finger and he's like, he hits her and she's like, hey, my name's Ellie, and when you go back to your friends you can say that Ellie is the name of the girl who broke your fucking finger.
Yeah. He's like, "You'll regret this, little bitch." Stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Because he's like, tell me your name. And she's like, no. And then that's when she tells him her name, and it's really cool. It's like this badass moment where she's like, actually, you can tell him that Ellie broke your fucking finger. And it's nice. Again, the character development of Ellie is fantastic.
Yes, it is.
It is great. Just a great driving force, because she like, as soon as she gets introduced in the game, she is a good character, but she very quickly becomes like a great character.
Yes.
Like,
Yep.
just like with morals and all this stuff, and it's nice. It's just nice to see a well written, especially, I mean, writing a kid cannot be easy. I imagine writing a kid is way harder than writing an adult.
Yeah.
But for it to be as well done as this is really nice.
Yeah. And after that happens, it cuts to Joel in the garage, and he's like, "Fuck. Ow." And he gets up slowly, and he's like moving around the house, trying to find Ellie.
Yeah, that penicillin worked quick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank God.
Yeah, thank God he wasn't allergic to it.
Yeah, and I was playing at this time, so I knew what I was doing, and I immediately went on a rampage, killing everybody, trying to find Ellie. He works his way towards Ellie, pretty
Yep.
much. And
Yeah, it was funny because it's like the first time we've seen Joel up since the stake driving through his stomach. It's just so funny, the visual of his backpack with like 2 rifles, a flamethrower, the bow and arrow. It's like, well, let me get all the essentials. I can hardly fucking move. Well, I gotta take the fucking flamethrower. It's just really funny. It's just a really funny,
It's
like,
yeah.
just weird game thing. It's like, oh, you just have the flamethrower and you just see it. It's funny.
It's
and
really
you
good.
fight through a beautiful cabin resort. That's what this section's called, cabin resort. It's like a resort area where you go to have fun in the mountains. Very beautiful.
It's definitely implied that it's supposed to be Aspen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And whenever he finally makes it to the village, like a siren's going off, and he's like, "What the fuck's going on here?" And it cuts back to you playing as Ellie. And when you're playing as Ellie, she's going on her own little rampage thing where she's trying to get out of here to get to safety. On the way, she interacts with this little building. She goes in this building, And while inside, David Koresh opens the door and interacts with her. He knocks her to the floor after. I can't remember how this sequence went.
She
Does he knock
tries
her
to
to the
leave.
floor?
She
And then
tries to leave through this diner like restaurant area, and as soon as she opens the door, he appears right there, pushes her down, and closes the door, and
that's
I
when
think like
Joel happens?
deadbolts it or locks it.
locks it, and they basically play a game of like cat and mouse.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then you have to sneak around and make sure you like stab him in the neck multiple times. Try to get the keys so you can leave this area.
And also, there's broken plates in the diner area. You can't step on them because he will find you quicker because it makes noise. You're breaking glass. I thought that was a neat touch.
Yeah,
And he's super aggressive. I feel like he's way more aggressive in this version than the original.
well, I mean, he's pretty much how he was in the original, and that is that you do use guerrilla tactics. You get a few hits, but over the course of this, it's kind of like a boss fight, where he eventually he resorts to sneaking around and being quiet, so it's hard to use your hearing sense on him. And it was funny though, because in this situation it was really easy because Colt was looking for him, and he's literally right in front of you, and Colt easily sneaks up on the fucker.
Yeah, it was really funny. Because I find it. That's the one thing I thought of when Colt was like, "Oh, the critics proclaim that the game," and I'm sure it is if you play on a higher difficulty. I'm sure this part's like next to impossible. Again, we were playing on light mode because we just wanted the story experience.
Yeah.
But it's just really funny because he's like looking, he's like, "Where is she? Where is she?" And Colt's like behind her or behind him and just shanks him.
And it cuts back to Ellie, to where she's on the ground and she sees a machete and she starts crawling towards it to finish off David. And when she does so, David kicks her in her side multiple times. I made the joke that Joel was the one kicking her side, and I thought that was funny, so I shared it with the class. Anyway, she tries to claw to it. He kicks her multiple times, and eventually he's like choking her out, and she gets the machete and smacks him one good time in the face, and then just crawls on top of him and just beats him until he's dead. And Joel comes in while she's still swinging on him, and if Joel wasn't there, she'd probably still be going. Joel stops her and says, "It's me. We need to get out of here. This place is on fire."
Yeah, because at first, like Ellie's like almost like starts going in on Joel because she just does not expect to see him at all.
Yeah.
And there's like a moment of like where it's like all the sound has escaped, and like he's like, you know, whenever he's trying to get off her and like she's talking and stuff, like, yeah, I thought that was really good.
Yeah, and again, like Ellie's like crying when Joel finds her, and Joel's like consoling her and like hugging her and is like, it's okay, like you're safe now. And like Ellie's like, he tried, and it kind of cuts off. But it's a brutal scene. Like again, when people talk about this game being well acted, this scene that needs to be like the example, like an example piece. But obviously having the context of like playing the whole level, really from the time you meet David to here, you're just like, yep,
he was evil. He was not a good guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely. Would it be a far-fetched to say the most evil person you meet in the game?
I agree.
Yeah.
Definitely the most evil named individual in the game by a long shot. Because it's like he tries to be like the cunning kind of evil, where he was not nice.
Yeah.
That it was a very harsh winter, and also too, as they're leaving, the machete is still in David's body.
Yep. And it cut and it like has blood on the handle, and like blood is dripped down the blade, and it's like just it kind of like leaving that part there. In a way, like Ellie kind of leaving all those emotions there, which kind of does lead into spring a little bit. Because after that part cuts to black, it is spring. I feel like there's the biggest time gap in between the seasons from here to spring.
Oh yeah, because like in that winter time, I imagine it's like November to the December area, and now it's got to like be like March.
Yeah, you're in like March or April, probably.
Yeah, because definitely whenever you were in Colorado, and now you're all the way up in Utah.
Yeah.
So a lot of time has passed.
Yep. Man, it's a whole different dynamic as soon as spring starts.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
where we reached the peak of their relationship, where
Mhm.
at first Joel was more reserved, Ellie was trying to get him to open up. Now we see where Joel is more like he's warmed up to her completely. He,
Mhm.
like Tanner said, he sees himself as the sole responsibility for this child. Like he's like cracking jokes with her, more open about Sarah with her. He
Mhm.
even talks about like teaching her how to play guitar. Like, yeah.
But then also Ellie is a little bit more reserved because of this
Yeah.
such a traumatic experience that she had. And because you got to figure at this point they've been together 8 or 9 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've
'Cause
been together.
I imagine she was 14 when they first met, and in the transition to now, I think she's like 15.
Yeah, to spring she would have to be 15 at some point during the game. But she's become a little bit more reserved because of the traumatic experience
Yeah.
that she suffered, from David. Um and it's an interesting just side by side to the beginning of the game, because like
Yeah.
Ellie was like this fun, outgoing, like, oh Joel, why don't you open up? Blah blah blah. And Joel like just being the cold shoulder type. And now Joel, this rugged, 52-year-old man, is like, Ellie, have fun. I want to teach you how to play guitar when we're safe. And we're gonna get you to the Firefly Lab, and you're gonna be good. You're gonna help save the world. Everything's gonna be fine and dandy. And Ellie's just like, eh.
Yeah, she's like somewhere else where Joel, after being molded by 20 years of hardship, is now finally opening up, while Ellie, who she has experienced some very, very terrible things,
Mhm.
she is, after this event, is even more hardened and finally is like
Yep.
kind of they swapped basically.
Yeah.
It's really again the acting.
Yeah, yeah, it's just like, because it's like Ellie, it's never spoken, but Ellie's like, man, do I want to survive this? Like, if this is what life is?
Yeah.
And yeah, and this is also, there was a interesting moment too where Joel is gonna boost up Ellie like they usually do in the prompt, but she doesn't come up.
Yeah.
She's in her own world just thinking.
Mhm.
Yeah. And if you want to go into this rest part, because there's a really beautiful moment in here. Colt.
Yeah. They go through the bus depot. Ellie's in her own world, and he's like, I'll get you. I'll boost you up there, and you put this ladder down. And whenever she gets up there, she's like, holy shit, what the fuck? After she starts to pick up the ladder to slide it down, she just lets go of the ladder and it drops. And she runs off because she sees something cool. And Joel's like, God damn it. And he climbs the ladder after setting it back up. And he tries to follow her, but she keeps running. And eventually you find her in this one room with this beautiful creature. This is probably like my second favorite part of the game. It's just so visually beautiful.
Yeah.
She's in there with a giraffe, and you go up to pet it, and you're like, just like, come over here. It's a nice, beautiful creature. Come and pet it too. It's nice. It's eating some leaves.
And now, I don't know if y'all will be able to remember this. Did they not show that part of the game in the fucking commercial spots for this game?
They did for the remake,
Oh,
not
okay.
the original.
Okay, that's what I thought, because I vividly remember seeing TV commercials that had the giraffe in it. So I wasn't aware that the giraffe was going to be this late game. I was like, man, that's kind of fucking crazy that they were showing like this scene in the commercials. Because you're like 2 hours out from beating the game at this point, if that even.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that's kind of random.
Yeah, and the giraffe is really, again, they really changed and even the facial animations of the giraffe. You can see its veins, the slight movements of its tongue and its mouth and its eyes twitching, or its facial muscles twitching. It's really well done, and it's another moment where Ellie is kind of back in our world, because it's a beautiful moment of like, this is, out of all this darkness, there's this beauty and it's natural.
Yep. And it felt like a real father-daughter moment because they're like both leaning on the rail and they're talking about the giraffes. I was a little confused why you couldn't ride a giraffe, but that's neither here nor there. And it's like that childlike wonderment of Ellie being really excited because it's not like she loses Joel. Like she's always within eyesight of Joel. She's like, Joel, come on, come see this. It's crazy. And it's like that childlike wonderment that really gets us like the Ellie from the rest of the game back to us. So now they're on sort of the same level of they're both open, they both care for each other like a father and daughter dynamic would. So it's really nice. And it out of context, I know it sounds crazy. That's like, man, this scene in this zombie apocalypse game with this fucking giraffe in Salt Lake City was beautiful, but Colt hit it right. It may be my favorite scene in the whole game. Definite top 3. It's truly like breathtaking, and again, just taking like full advantage of the PS5's hardware. Of like, I mean, it is visually stunning. Like us talking about it does not do it justice how much different and great it looks compared to the remaster and the original. But man, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It
And
really
this is a
is.
moment too where we have Joel. He's like, we don't have to go to the Fireflies. We can just go back to Tommy, go back to their compound and live there. And, Ellie's like, no, we can't do that. Like, especially after everything we've done, this has to mean something. We have to see it through. The resolve, we see that there too. And that's where they go through the underground tunnel that's flooded to try to cross into a hospital to get to the hospital on the other side of town.
And in the underground tunnel, you run into a bunch of fucking clickers and some bloaters. 3 bloaters in total. This is the most you'll fight in the game. And it's still a struggle. I used 6 of those fucking shrapnel bombs and almost all my ammo trying to kill these things. Eventually, you fight your way through the tunnel, and you're crawling out on these ducks and stuff to get across the deep water. And you eventually jump on some buses. Joel jumps on a bus, and he's like, all right, come on over. And Joel falls through the window, the door of the bus, because it's on its side. It's one of those like fold-in doors that you open to get on and off the bus.
It's like it's a city bus.
Yeah. And once he falls in, he's like, shit. I wasn't paying attention because I knew he's got to fall away to the back of the bus for the story. But you've got to press triangle to hang on first so you can try. And he just eventually bashes his head and he's like, fuck, I'm going to die here. Ellie's like jumps onto the bus, cracks the window, and knocks him out under the water. Not knocks him out. He hits him in the head really fucking hard as the bus is like tumbling, rolling over back and forth. Eventually her getting in the current, throwing her away as Joel has to swim after her.
Yep. Yeah. It's again, because I know we've touched on it, but Ellie cannot swim. That's also another thing that I think she says while her and Joel are originally starting to bond, where she's like, you can teach me how to swim. Yeah. So it's a nice moment, or it's not a nice moment, but it's like oh shit, like she can't swim, but she again really seeing Ellie risk her life for Joel in this situation, which she has done at this point multiple times in the game, but it's just it really drives home that she's there now, as opposed to earlier in the spring level where she's like drifting off into her own world and like obviously having this trauma response. And like now she's like, okay, I have to be here, I have to be present, I have to help Joel because he's done so much for me, so now I need to return the favor.
I also will say there was this part too, I completely forgot at the end of Fall when she's getting Joel back to his horse. He mentions that he could sing, and she's been trying to egg him on, saying like, oh, sing for me, and then at the very end of the Fall sequence, she's like, if we survive this, you're totally singing for me.
Yeah.
I completely forgot about that. That was such a funny, really good moment, which is understandable. And in here too, after uh after getting caught in the current, they make it to the end of the tunnel where Joel tries to resuscitate her, and there's some soldiers there who are telling him to put his hands up, and it's just like, dude, this girl I'm trying to resuscitate, but you could say like, oh well, they don't know. It's like, I don't know. Soldiers are fucking stupid.
It also has a very clear, comparison to Joel with Sarah at the beginning of the game with the soldier. You're like, no way. You're like, soldier, Joel's trying to save, in this case, his daughter stand-in, but versus, 20 years ago, it was his daughter. It's like the exact same thing. And I guess that kind of leads into beast mode Joel.
Yeah. He gets knocked out cold. He wakes up in the Firefly lab. He finds out this is the Fireflies. Marlene comes in and talks to him saying, thank you for bringing her all this way. It's so great of you to do so, and you can leave now. He's like, can I say goodbye? Can I at least say I'll see you later? She's like, I don't think that's a good idea. And find out that to get the information that they need from Ellie, they have to kill her and take her brain so they can study it.
Yep.
And immediately Joel's like, find someone else. Find someone else right now. And then one of the guards that was with Marlene's like punching him, knocking him out, pointing the gun at him, saying, stop. And then Marlene's like, stop. You don't have to do this. Just escort him out of here. Get him out. And whenever...
And Marlene tries to pull like this thing. It's like Marlene's like, it's harder on me than it is on you. I've known her since she was a child. I knew her mom, blah, 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 blah. It's really annoying. Really made me hate Marlene.
Yeah, because I get what she's doing, because she's like, this is bigger than her, me, or you. Like, but the way she was being so fucking cold about it, she was like, I don't fucking care what kind of relationship you had with her. Like, I've known her longer and I've lost so many people. Like, this needs to be done. And like, just being a dick. And she's like, if he tries anything, shoot and kill him. And it's just like, dude, really?
And while Joel's getting escorted away by this guard, Marlene went off doing her business. The guard's like, keep walking, pushing him, like being a real dickhead. And Joel like walks past his gear with his rifle, and he's like thinking like, I should probably get this. And he knocks this guy over, grabs his gear, shoots him in the dick twice, saying, where is the surgery room? Where can I go to find Ellie? And he's like, fuck it. He shoots him in the dick again. And then he says, I don't have time for this. And then he tells him, and then he blows his brains out on the spot.
Yep. And at this point, you're just like, damn. Joel's really
beast mode.
Yeah, Joel's going for it.
Yeah. So I play in this section, and
it was fun to watch Wenzel flap around. I feel like that's the best way to describe the gameplay. It wasn't his fault. It was the assault rifle in this section of the game. This is the first time you get a fully automatic weapon, and they the updated version, it kicks like crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy.
The updated version, they made the DualSense insane, and they made it kick like crazy. So it was so fucking hard to control, because in the original, when you get the assault rifle, you're a beast. It's like you're an unstoppable killing machine. It's like you have perfect control over this gun. It's insanely powerful. No, in this one, it's like, yeah, it's powerful, but goddamn, it's hard to control. So it was really tough. There were times where I just swapped to the bow and I would try to shoot people. I fucked up. A
lot.
I was Hawkeye.
You were Hawkeye.
Wenzel did have some pretty crazy shots with the bow and arrow, I will say.
Yes.
And so yeah, you kind of basically kill your way through the hospital. It kind of seems like in the first game and in this one, where you basically like just kill all of the fireflies. Like you go crazy. And there's a part in there where it's like you could let some fireflies run past you. Oh, I say no. I go and kill them.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Colt was like, you can just let them go, and Wenzel was like, yeah.
Immediately rushes behind them, killing them.
Like, oh my gosh. And then finally, after doing all that, you do make it to the surgery room where Ellie is knocked out. She's, under anesthesia, and there's a doctor and there's his I guess nurses or
Yeah, 2 nurses.
2 nurses, and he's like, I mean, he's obviously getting defensive. The doctor pulls out a knife. He's like, "No, like I can't let you do this. Like she will save."
It's not
the
even a
world."
knife. It's a scalpel.
It's a
Yeah.
scalpel. Sorry, it's a scalpel. And he's trying to plead with him and everything. And in this moment, you have only one choice, and it's the fucking worst choice ever. But you have to kill the doctor.
Just
and you-
him.
just him. Um.
I'll
So I
tell
do
you
that.
what happened immediately. Wenzel killed the doctor, and then the 2 nurses that were with him were like freaking out, like, "Oh my god, what the fuck?" And Wenzel's and one of them called him a monster, and Wenzel said, "Fuck you," and he shot that one, and the other one didn't even say anything, and Wenzel shot that one. And I was like, Jesus, that's
Okay,
fucked
no,
up.
no, you're not being specific enough. Okay, this is what happened. So the woman nurse was like, "You animal!" So I shot and killed her, and then the other guy was like, he's like, "Please," like because in the game, if you kill all the enemies, there's an enemy left. They will try to beg and plead, and you can kind of make a decision there. With this one, he was doing kind of that, where he was like, "Please, just take the girl and go. I won't do anything." And I shoot him in the legs. It kills him, automatically. But then I shot him in the face after he died too.
And his head exploded.
I will say, like I said, so this is where this is not where, but after doing that, I was just kind of like, oh, whatever. It's a video game, but like, I felt this way. The way I felt after playing this game is the same way I felt after playing Last of Us Part 2. I felt bad. It was gruesome. The entire game with killing like people was gruesome, but also too at this moment it was because in this moment too, like this is like probably the most sterile environment because they're also wearing scrubs. So
Mhm.
like, and I mean they're not attacking you. Like they're just nurses and doctors. And
Yeah, at this point, it's really the first time that you playing as Joel kill arguably good people.
Yeah.
Like they're trying to make this vaccine to save the world, and Joel's like, "Nope."
and you take Ellie and you have to run through the hospital trying to escape all of the fireflies coming to get you, and you make it down to the basement where you get
It's like a garage, like a parking garage.
garage, yeah, where you get jumped by Marlene.
Yeah, and Marlene says, just let her down, put her down, leave her here and go. Get
I'll
your
put the
stuff
gun
in the
down.
truck. And right as Joel is like, all right, he pulls out he doesn't pull out his gun. He's got it like resting underneath Ellie's legs. And he pulls the trigger, shooting her in the stomach.
No, wrong. It actually cuts to Joel driving in the truck.
Oh, fuck.
I was about to
first.
say, so there's kind of like a cut where it's like it shows it's like Marlene is telling him don't do this, so she's putting down his gun, and then Joel's looking at her, and then it cuts to Ellie waking up. Joel's driving the truck. Ellie's like, "What happened? What's going on?" And Joel says, "Oh yeah, there was a bunch of other people there
They were immune.
They were
Mhm.
immune. Your immunity didn't matter. So we left. And that's where it cuts back to where he shoots Marlene in the stomach, and I'll let you go from there if you want.
Yeah, and Marlene's like, why are you doing this? Just, you don't have to do this. This will save all of us. And like, don't kill me. Just go. And he's like, if I don't kill you, you'll just come after her. And he shoots her in the head, killing her.
Yep.
And that's the Firefly Lab. And it goes to the next part is the Jackson. The Joel and Ellie are on their way back in the truck that they stole from the Firefly facility. They stop at a place and get out to actually walk towards the little village that Tommy has. And it's a nice little beautiful area.
Definitely a
Ellie-
little bit more civilized than the last time we were there.
It's
yeah.
a city. It's a
It's
city.
not winter anymore. The last time we were here,
Yeah.
well, not last time it was winter. It was
Fall.
fall.
Yeah.
This is
Now it's
spring.
very pretty.
Yeah. But also like with them getting the hydroelectric stuff going, like it looks more like a city
Yes. Yes.
as well. And then you get Definitely my favorite scene in the game.
It's my favorite scene in the game too. Joel and Ellie stop, and like Ellie's asking, like, "Is what you said true? Is it true that you said that there was more than people like me?" I can't remember exactly what the conversation. Do
She
you
said,
guys?
I think she said, like, "Is it true everything you said about the Fireflies? Is it true?" That's what she says.
Yeah, because this is when she mentions Riley.
Yeah,
For the first time, she's like, talk about we, die, like go crazy together, blah blah blah. And she's like, "Is it true what you said, Joel?" She's like, "Joel, swear to me." And Joel goes, "I swear." And then she says,
Okay.
and that's
And
when
then
the credits roll.
Yep.
it God, it's so good.
It
It is
really
so
is.
fucking good. I would put that scene on the level of any of my favorite scenes in a movie or television show ever. Like, it is in that pantheon of just like great all-time pieces, that specific scene in pieces of media, because it's just the emotion that is conveyed on both of their faces, and just the simple, because it's not like it's not like a yippee ki okay, Joel. It's just like a okay, and it cuts. Like, it's very much like almost a doubting okay, but she's like, Joel has no reason to lie to me, so I have to
Yeah.
believe him.
Yeah, so she has to just take it. She's like, "Okay."
Yeah, she's like, man, that sucks. Oh, okay, like, I've got it. Oh man, it's so good.
It really is. It's so fucking fantastic. I don't know how we want to do this. Like, do we
I
want to talk about Left Behind first before we
I
go
say
into our
let's go
final
ahead.
feelings?
We can go into Left Behind,
Yeah,
and I feel like we could do this a little more quickly because this is
Very
It's
short.
literally about an hour and a half of like Left Behind. What it was definitely. It took us less than 2 hours. So.
Yeah.
yeah.
But now you're playing as Ellie. Ba 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 ba. It starts off with her trying to find medicine stuff to actually help with Joel in the garage.
Because
And
again, if you missed it earlier, Left Behind, it's you're playing as Ellie 2 different times. You're playing at pretty much it bridges the gap between fall and winter where Joel gets impaled.
yeah,
And then you're also playing as her prior to her being in Boston with her and her friend Riley that she mentions at the end of the main story.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. She's trying to get stuff for Joel. She's working her way around and getting involved with some clickers and whatnot. And eventually it cuts back to the mall rats. I'm not skipping anything there, right? Essentially it.
No, something I was gonna say though is you keep saying clickers. Have you forgotten about the runners?
I know, it's just in general they turn into clickers.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, the
I-
runners, like, you encounter more runners than you do clickers.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I feel like the runners are kind of like just the common fodder.
they're generic, yeah. I
There's
know.
really no reason to mention, is what I at least got from Colt. There's really no reason to mention them by name.
Yeah, because
me.
like when you think of Last of Us, you don't think, oh, the runners. You think clickers.
You think
Yeah,
clickers? Okay,
yeah.
okay.
But I
Um,
didn't skip anything there, right?
No, I
No,
think no, you're good for Back in the Flash.
Back in the Flash, yeah, she literally tries to find a fucking first aid kit in a pharmacy, but there's nothing in it. So she looks and she sees a helicopter, but then it cuts to Mallrats, where her and Riley are in the mall because everything she's doing right now, it's in a mall, so she's like reminiscing.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah. So is that she goes back in time? Well, she doesn't go back in time. She remembers, or it shows us her and Riley. Well, she's sleeping on a bed. Riley breaks into her room and says, "I'm going to kill you." No, she doesn't. She scares her.
She scares her.
I was about to say, she does jump on her and bite her, which I feel like is maybe you shouldn't do that during the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah,
Because
it's a little messed up.
she Ellie like pulls her knife on her.
Yeah, and she's like saying, like, "Let's go out. Let's have some fun. I'm with the Fireflies, and they told me some cool stuff that you should come and see." And they go on a nice little journey to find the mall because it's like Wenzel said, it's another mall.
Yeah, and
Yeah, and really like this part is like it's fun. Like you're teenagers. You're both 14, so it's like there's just one part where y'all are in like the Halloween store.
I love that part.
I love it so much.
That like and
Putting on masks.
was it Colt playing?
I was
Wenzel.
Wenzel playing. Okay, Wenzel playing. And like there was masks you could put on and did all that shit and like just like explored and like Riley would keep like she came out of the tomb as Frankenstein's monster and then she dressed up as Dracula and like Ellie was like a total nerd because she was like actually you'd be Countess Dracula. And,
Yeah.
it was just like really fun.
And
A lot more comedy in this part.
Yeah,
lot
because
more
we're two
innocent.
kids.
Yeah, because it makes sense thematically for that.
And should also preface too that like when Riley shows up, Ellie isn't. She is surprised, but not let's say happy because Riley left without saying anything, and
Yeah.
there's kind of this rift. Because,
yeah, and she's been gone for 46 days, so about 7 weeks.
And they're very close friends.
Yeah.
So this is kind of like this is really out of nowhere, out of the blue, and yeah, so they're exploring. There's this really cool sequence where after you get the Halloween mask, you basically start this competition with Riley where you both what?
I was saying, yeah.
Oh,
happy.
okay, sorry. So there's these two cars, there's red and blue, and Ellie's red, Riley's blue, and you basically have to take bricks, and whoever is the first person to break all the windows on the cars get to ask the other person whatever they want. And of course, I'm a pro, so I quickly and easily break all the windows, and I get Riley to answer the question of, "Why'd you leave me?" And
Which is a heavy question. Like,
which is a heavy question, and she doesn't really answer it. And you leave
there's
behind
actually
the mask.
4 choices. I think we should mention that. You could ask her, "Why'd you leave?" How are the fireflies? I think, or something to the effect of that. There's a no question
Forget it or something.
option, like a forget about it option. I can't fucking remember the 4th option.
Yeah, I can't either.
I can't something to the effect of their friendship. I think maybe.
Yeah. But yeah, you leave behind the mask, and Riley takes Ellie to like kind of like a secret where it's like, what like, why is there only electricity in certain parts of the town? Well, actually, there's electricity everywhere. It's just that the military, the government, the military just flips a switch, so they turn on the power for them all.
And you get on a little carousel.
Yeah, you get on.
Well, actually, you open.
Well,
the
it's
doors.
before that you go back to
Yeah.
Ellie in the snowy times.
Yep.
Where
To the
she's
winter.
trying to turn the power back. Well, she's in the helicopter. She gets the med kit, and she's. Oh my god! How am I remembering this? Like, I'm not really remembering that well.
No, you're right. You pretty much you see the helicopter. You have to get to the helicopter. You parkour into the helicopter. Essentially, you have to do this little platforming part, and then you're in the helicopter.
Yeah, she gets in the helicopter, sees the stuff, the sutures, the stuff she needs to help with Joel, and then she hugs it and falls asleep for a little bit.
Yeah.
Now we're back
because
to
we
the
should
carousel.
mention that she took care of Joel's gashing stomach wound with like one of her t-shirts and duct tape.
Yep. And now we're at the carousel part where her and Riley get on this nice carousel with this beautifully lit up area now that the power's on. It's just a nice little scene of them just riding the carousel.
Yeah, just nice. And then you kind of like get to explore not the whole mall, like obviously not every store, but you do the stuff that's like fun that like teenagers would do. You ride, well, maybe besides the carousel, you go to a photo booth. You can actually check out the pictures we took on Colt's Twitter.
Yeah, it's on my Twitter, Colt D00.
Yeah, because there's an option to share it to Facebook. Weirdly,
in the game,
and in the game,
don't know what Facebook is.
Yeah, and then because I'm like, is there really Facebook integration with this game? Like, is it about to share it to Colt's Facebook? But no, but it gives you the option to like share it to Twitter.
Yeah.
So you do that. It's fun. You take a bunch of like fun, cute pictures.
Yeah.
And then you get to go to the arcade, which
is
probably my favorite part of the whole DLC, to be honest.
because you get to go to the famous Jack X arcade machine, and as she plays around on it like playing Jack X, and then right after you get off, you get a trophy, where it's called Nobody's Perfect, and Ellie calls the game stupid. So it's funny coming from them since they made it.
Yeah, it's also funny because she's like, race cars with guns? That doesn't make any sense.
So good. And then shortly after that, you can play the version of what is that game called? The Turning, where since it's not working fully, Riley narrates a fight, and Ellie has to imagine it. And during that, you'll have these quick time events to fight this other character, and it's really cool because the top has health bars for both your characters, Angel Knives and Black Fang.
Yeah,
as
and
your
it's actually
opponent.
playing like this very purposely done knockoff Mortal Kombat music.
Yeah. And Wenzel did it flawlessly, and when he did it, that's another trophy right there, baby.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was-
really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm awesome.
And like after that, it's the water fight, the fun little fight.
Oh yeah, the water gun fight. I mean, it's like it's definitely a weird juxtaposition. Like obviously it's intentional because like you have Ellie in the harsh winter in this abandoned mall, being like, "Ugh, I have to help Joel or he's going to die," and then you have the juxtaposition of like, "Oh, I'm here with my best friend in the mall."
Yeah, just trying to remember easier, better time.
Yeah.
And it's really cool because this is this follows up Ellie getting mad at Riley, but Riley getting mad at Ellie, and
Yeah.
Yep.
her showing that she was able to get these water guns back from their corporal squad leader dude or whatever. And so
Because Ellie
Ellie-
finds out that she is going to go across the country. The Fireflies are moving her.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
and
this
she
is going to
gets
be like the
mad.
last time she sees Riley.
And Riley is like, "Can I get some advice?" And she's like, "Go, get out of here." And so kind of Ellie being kind of still mad but playful, she's like, "All right, let's, try to beat each other in water gun fight." And so I play, I do amazing. Riley just gets her
You
ass
struggled
beat.
a little bit.
I will say you did struggle a little bit with the water gun fight.
Why can't you guys let me have this?
You don't deserve to have this part because it was funny.
It was
It was
pretty
embarrassing. You should be ashamed.
funny. Fuck you. But it was 3 rounds of water gun fighting. And Wenzel did win every single one, even though the last one it was like kill or be killed.
It was really the first round he had the most problem with because he almost lost it.
Yes. And then after the water gun fight, doesn't it skip back to current time?
No, you do the water gun fight and then you dance, right?
No, that's after. The dance
okay.
is like the very last thing you do.
Then yeah, I think it's right. I can't remember exactly where it skips.
Okay, yeah. It cuts back to Ellie, and she's now got to find her way back to the horse, back to Callus, so she can get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
But a bunch of David's men are here, but we don't know they are David's men, or she doesn't know they're David's men yet. And she has to kill all these people just to make it back, and it's a very fucking crazy thing because you've got a bow and a handgun, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Until the final firefight where you can finally pick up a rifle.
Yeah, and you can finally pop them with that.
But Wenzel wanted to be Hawkeye.
Wenzel did want to be Hawkeye. He was doing good with the bow.
I
You
think
there, Wenzel?
I think he's bad that we talked about his water gun skills. Wenzel. I wonder if he knows that the silent bit doesn't work as well when we're all not in the same room. So we actually don't know if he's just disconnected.
I can't tell. Yeah.
I'm making sure that I'm punishing you, Tanner. You're gonna have to edit. You're gonna have to edit that.
I'm not editing nothing. Oh, besides
You're editing
the parts I have to edit. Why are you punishing me? Colt's the one that pointed it out.
You're all in trouble. Colt will get his punishment later.
Oh damn, Colt's gonna get spankings.
Trying to remember.
Anyway, so yeah, I try to be Hawkeye. I died twice. Yeah, I died twice. In the scene, also too, like
What?
What?
I don't know. I will say I'm having a tough time putting together what happened because I know there was a section where there was electric water.
Yeah, that happened before you made it to the helicopter.
Okay. I could not remember where the fuck that was.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that part. But it was funny because Wenzel fell in the water right at the very end of it, and it scared the shit out of all of us because
It was very startling.
it's like
It
a
was so
prolonged
long, too.
20-second death animation where Ellie's just going. "Ah! Ah!" It's just
Crazy.
like that's way over the top violent.
Yeah. And but now when she makes it back to Callus, she gets on Callus and gets skedaddles. Now it cuts back to Ellie and Riley in the music area playing some music and dancing on top of the showcase thing.
Yeah, a few of us busted some moves during this part.
Oh yeah, y'all both were hitting it.
Yeah, oh, yeah. With me and Wenzel danced. Wenzel, you want to talk about your dance moves, any?
Yeah, baby.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Wenzel was for some reason Austin Powers during that part.
Yeah, Tanner was dancing so sexy, and I was like, "Yeah, baby."
Yeah,
Yeah, he was.
We should also keep in mind we were in Colt's room, so not the largest space to dance with, but
No, but you made it work.
yeah,
Yeah, you made it work.
Yeah, I did, baby.
What the fuck? Now they're dancing on the stuff, and in the middle of it, runners they start running at him, man. They start going
Oh,
crazy.
hey, you didn't mention Ellie gives Riley a little kiss.
Oh yeah, this is where you find out she's a lesbian.
Like this is like probably the most important details. Like she
Definitely
gives
the
her-
most important part of the whole DLC.
I know, I
Gives-
forgot.
She gives you for gives her a kiss, and that's where it's like we see that like okay, like they're more than friends because Riley is like smiling and she's happy, and it's in this moment that Riley chooses like, you know what, fuck the Fireflies. So she's not
Yep.
going to join the Fireflies. Her and Ellie are going to run away.
Yep.
But then that's when runners start running in, and Riley pulls out her gun, and it cuts to black as she shoots a shot.
Yeah, this is why you guys are here, because I need help remembering things.
Well, you know, we're all in this together, just like Zac
Yeah.
Efron said.
What
Yeah.
happens next?
Well, we have the final shootout firefight that you talked about earlier. Because Ellie never gets on Callus. Callus
Oh,
is in the
fuck.
mall the entire
Why
time.
didn't you guys step in? I don't know what's happening.
I just assumed you were right.
I was trying to remember. So no, like I'm not like saying like, you know, this is your fault or anything. I was literally trying to piece together what happened.
Yeah,
So-
because again, all happens in an hour and a half, and you probably jump back and forth 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because you keep bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, you bounce back and forth very frequently. I mean, sometimes you're only playing in one part for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
and
not hard to follow when you're playing, but
Yeah.
No,
remembering
like,
back, it's a little hard to tell what
let me
happens.
preface like it whenever we played this, a lot of time has passed, and this was short. It's not hard to follow at all. It's just literally so much stuff has happened between then that we're trying to piece together this, and like we're not trying to follow like a freaking play by play of like the whole
Yeah.
synopsis of it. Like
Yeah.
no,
It's
we're
not like we're reading off the Wikipedia page or anything.
because we did just play it, so we can tell you, but also too, it's like there is some troubles remembering exact details. So yeah, to kind of help Colt here because I'm trying to remember too. Sorry. So after that, there's a firefight where like you said, at this moment we know these are David's men, but Ellie doesn't know that. But we know that because they mentioned how they were looking for an old man and a young girl, and that's who they're tracking. And then Ellie has to try to fight them off to make sure they don't get to Joel. She is able to. There's like 3 sequences of like her fighting these guys, and eventually more infected come in. They help take care of some of the guys. It's really badass. And there's a really funny moment where you're trying to unlock the area that you have Joel stashed away, and she almost gets shot. And so after you finally finish this whole firefight, she yells out in the mall, is like, if anybody else wants to jump out, now's the time, because I will fucking kill you.
Yeah, like because like prior to this, she's also had to fight against like runners and a couple of clickers. And is that really the only time in the game you use the gang members as bait for?
Yeah.
Do it multiple times beforehand, but it's more obvious here.
Yeah, it's more obvious here. It definitely feels like a mechanic because you are playing as this 14-year-old, so it kind of makes more sense that
you're using
they're a child.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend, basically, which is what plays into also like the next portion. But anyway, I'm trying to think how this ends off. So after that, you make it back to Joel, and you're telling Joel like, oh wait, shit, no. I think it cuts back to Riley and Ellie dancing, and they're trying to run away from all of the fucking infected, and they're having to basically run through
That's
the
where
mall.
it ends. I think like she makes it to Joel. She rides off in his little sled. Now we're with them, and they're running away from the clickers and the runners.
I think Colt's right. Because after the firefight, you get into the store that you had Joel in. You tied Joel to the little sled thing after you like properly suture him up, and then you're on Callus and you take off. And then because the final part of the DLC, it's just you and Riley.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you're running through the mall trying to get away, and eventually you make it to like, I guess, the upper part scaffolding, where at some point you get jumped by an infected, and Riley helps you kill it. But it also too, it's revealed that, oh shit, Ellie's been bitten, but then Riley shows that she's also been bitten.
Yeah.
Yep. So they
And
both
that's
are
where
infected.
Riley says, like, let's be all poetic and lose our minds together.
Yep.
And
credits.
Yeah, that's where it ends.
Yep. And like it's nice.
It's very sad.
It's a sad ending because like it doesn't show Riley. Obviously, we find out playing the main game that Riley dies very shortly thereafter, and then you know Ellie's obviously immune. But yeah, it's kind of I wasn't so sold on the idea of the game having DLC, but playing it added a little bit of context that I liked. Especially it was really just an Ellie set piece because I mean Joel doesn't even fucking speak in it. He's comatose the whole time, so it's really an Ellie set piece, and like it just does so much more for her character. Like it's like really, 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 really fucking good.
Yeah, we kind of get to see, like, we know that children and like innocent loss, we know that, but I think for this we really get to see like what exactly was lost from her. Not only did she lose people, but she lost her innocence, and we get to see that innocence not only in action and interact with it, but also like where it eventually is destroyed.
Yep. Man,
so
yeah, that's the Last of Us.
That's the Last of Us. That's kind of like a breakdown of everything, the story wise. I guess for this next section, if I'm not speaking too fast, is gonna be our final part where we go into opinions and impressions and all of that. Correct?
Indeed.
Yep. I will say for this part, we're gonna start off probably with the opinion that is the most important, the whole basis for this podcast and this episode, and that would be Tanner.
Yeah.
Before I start, so we're also going to do a thing just to, really TLDR this. We're going to give it a score. We're all going to give an individual score, and then we're going to average out those 3 scores, and that's going to be like the official Backlog BoyZ score. Do I need to
Yes.
give my score after my thoughts, or do we want everybody to give their thoughts then give scores?
I feel like you can give your score after your thought.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
then we'll just go down the line.
Okay. So coming into this, again, the whole basis for this podcast, and I'm sure you can listen to old episodes of AYCH from years ago where I'm just not hot on The Last of Us as a concept. I think it was overdone. I think it had too much hype. It was just like you're like, oh, zombie apocalypse, oh, father daughter, like, oh, blah 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 blah. But playing it really is just like this incredible narrative. I hate to admit that Colt and Wenzel was right, but Colt and
Yeah.
Wenzel were kind of right.
Yeah.
It is a great game. My qualms with it are very minor. The ones that are there, and I think that's just part of it being a product of its time, because this is a nearly 10-year-old game at this point. But it is truly a masterwork in character acting, for especially in video games in general. Like I said at the whole start of this thing, I feel like this really pushed forward, like, oh, games can be more than just press X, blah 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 blah, whatever. Like, it really pushed video games as like a narrative telling device forward in a way, especially we see it, more often now. But this game really helped lead that charge. You could argue Naughty Dog led the charge with Uncharted. But this game, I feel like, is more in the pantheon of great all-timers than either of the first two Uncharteds, at least. So, I mean, Joel and Ellie, probably two of the best written characters, at least in the first game, ever. I know that's a lot. I know that's a stretch, but there's just every character in this game is like written to a T, like exactly what they were trying to accomplish. The playing part one again, this being my first full experience with the game, I think this is the definitive way this game needs to be played. Just with all the little quality of life improvements they made and everything. The score is phenomenal. I am mad at myself that I did not play and interact with this sooner. I feel like I've really missed out, but I'm glad I got to do it, especially, for the podcast with Colt and Wenzel, all of us playing together in the same room. That was a lot of fun. It really it's deserving of all the praise it has gotten, and deserving of all the hype. It being kind of in that instant classic territory, sort of pantheon of games, like, we touched on it earlier, but like your Witcher 3s, your Breath of the Wilds, Red Dead Redemption 2, stuff like that. Score, I think I'm gonna go. Well, I don't think I know, I wrote it down 2 days ago. I'm gonna go 9.5 on it.
Oh,
Okay.
nice. Okay.
Awesome. So you want to go first, or me, Wenzel?
Yeah, I'll go second.
Okay.
So, like, obviously, like we've said, I've played this before. I played the second game. I know my way around it. I know what it's about. So I will say, like, starting off by like, $70. That's a crazy price tag. Especially for
Yes.
crazy. But if you're a hardcore Last of Us fan, I think you should definitely see to it that maybe you need to play this, because having played Last of Us Part 2 and then playing this, it's clear that what they were doing is that while Last of Us Part 1, or sorry, Last of Us originally before it became Part 1, it was very much the vision Druckmann had, or the team had. But Last of Us Part 2 takes that vision and basically fully, I guess, realizes it or pushes it to its highest peak. And then with that, they're like, well, shit, maybe we should go back and do that with Part 1. And that's what they did, because with the context of Part 2 now and with this, Part 1 is like almost a completely different game, and in fact elevates the original to the point to where, like, even though Part 1 and the original are together the same game, and I think should be kind of like reviewed and critiqued together, Part 1 I think is the definitive version you need to play, because the facial animations, again, it's like not only like through the characters and the cinematics and their interactions, but also too, like, if you take the time to look at if you're stealth killing like humans, if you take the time to look at them, they make expressions of like, oh shit, like trying to fight and then dying, and it's terrible, like terrible in like the way that like it looks so realistic, like, oh man, like this, we're killing this person and they are struggling, and you only really see this in part 2. You don't see this in the original. So the fact that they put that in there was purposeful, and the fact that like there's so much more gore, the characters scream and yelp, and their how they react to stuff, it's much more visceral and much more haunting and more reactive, and it's all done purposefully to where like you'll see this in part 2, but like our intimacy to violence, how intimate violence is. And I remember playing part 1 and the original, you killed obviously people in the game because they were obstacles, they were enemies, that's it. But in this, unless you're facing off characters who are like, you know, downright evil, for the most part, like, it makes you want to shy away from violence, to where like if you can avoid killing people, like, do it. Like, because in the original, you didn't really feel that. You just felt like, oh, need to get through now. Did you feel that was a brutal and dark world? Hell yeah. But with this version, not only do you feel it's brutal and dark, but like you almost like feel bad, and you feel like you don't want to do this. You don't want to be brutal. You don't want to be violent. You want to completely avoid that. And I think like that's what they were trying to accomplish. They accomplished it with part 2, but now with this definitive version together with part 1 and part 2 as a complete there could be a part 3. They have completely accomplished their mission and goal of violence in our world, and kind of in video games too. And I just think it's fantastic, and this narrative, this story of seeing their developments and their experiences, like it's I know we've said it before, but like a masterclass in voice acting, character acting, storytelling. It is a phenomenal game, and like like I like part 2 more, but part 1 now, this version is like up there, and it definitely deserves, obviously, I think, along with part 2, to be in that pantheon, that role, that lineup of some of the greatest games of all time. That's really what I have to say. I think what I'm gonna do is I've actually already started on it. I've started an essay about it to where I can talk about it more, so I don't take up too much time on here. But I'll try to see how I can incorporate that, like linking that for people to read that, see about how to do that. And yeah, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
You gonna score it?
9.5.
Okay. Now, it's my opinion. I actually hated it. It's not good in any way, shape, or form. It's doo-doo water. No, I
Could you please
absolutely
take this
love.
seriously, Colt?
Okay, I am. I loved it. It's a fantastic game. It's a classic game. It sounds weird to say classic, but it's almost 10
Classic.
years old.
No,
I
I
really,
think classic is totally fair.
yeah, like it's not a mascot game, as in, fucking Nintendo has Mario or Xbox has Master Chief. Like when you think PlayStation, you don't think of like a specific mascot, but you probably think of either Joel or Kratos, because it's just that big of a game. It's
Sly Cooper.
no, I don't know about that. Maybe in
Rappa the Rappa.
2004, maybe in 1999. I don't know when those games came out.
No, you're actually pretty spot on with the years.
I
Um,
don't know.
I fucking love this game. It's a fantastic banger. It's still as good as the first time I played it, the second time, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. It's an absolute masterwork right here.
Do you think it's gotten better the more times you've played it?
I feel like it stayed the exact same. My opinion of it has not changed at all. Really. I think that the remake, I still think it's completely unnecessary. I think if you played the remastered version, you'd still love it and you'd still have a lot of fun with it. But the visuals and all that, the facial expressions, it does make it worth it. If you love it and you've already played it before, wait till I'd say like $40. You'll be
Yeah.
happy with that purchase.
Yeah.
But to give it like a score, I'm gonna it's gonna be really easy to medium or average this out because I'm going with 9.5. It's good. Like I was already thinking that before we even started playing the game. I was like, this is like a 9.5. While I think I love this game. I enjoy the second one more. It's not my favorite Naughty Dog game. I'd argue it's not even my second favorite Naughty Dog game. It's really good.
Well, not yeah. I mean, it just to like wrap this up with a neat little bow after 4 some odd hours. It's fantastic. Like there's really no other way around it. The hype is real with it. If you've been like me and just were tired about hearing about it and we're like, oh, it's not for it. No, it's fucking great. It's phenomenal. It's not your average zombie story, which I know is really cliche to say, but it's and like we've all touched on this part 1 is the definitive version. I can only imagine what it's going to look like on PC with some fucking crazy settings. Like
I don't even know
on a high budget PC what it's going to look like, but oh, fuck. I mean, it's so fucking good. Like if everything I've heard about part 2 is true, I can't imagine it how it builds upon this and is even better, but I am excited. I will give a little spoiler. We've already started playing part 2. We're only about an hour and a half in. But yeah, I mean, just a fucking bangarooski of a game. And there's really no other way around to saying it. Like, I'm actually shocked all 3 of us had the exact same score, though.
Yeah.
I was expecting Colt to go full 10, but I don't think either of you probably expected me to go as high as 9.5.
I did not. No,
I did not either. I will say I had decided already what my score was, 9.5, just because whenever I played The Last of Us Part 2, I originally had Last of Us Part 1. In my opinion, I was like, oh, this is a 10 out of 10 game. But after playing The Last of Us Part 2, I bumped it down. I was like, no.
Yeah. I know that kind of like gives a little bit too much for the next episode.
Well, yeah, his opinion can change.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, my
you could fucking hate it this time.
Yeah, and I've never played it, so I'm going in with an open mind. As always, I try to at least. I think a game really has to be truly special to be a 10. I've probably given, well, on my own personal scale, less than 10 10s ever, but fuck me, this game is just, I mean, it's incredible. It is absolutely incredible.
Yep.
And that's it. That's The Last of Us Part 1. We will be covering, we already told you this, so your homework for the next month, if you haven't played it or beaten it already, or if you want to refresh yourself, go and play The Last of Us Part 2. Because that's what we're going to be covering.
Yeah, I think we have that to give you a date. I believe that episode will be dropping. It's the end of November.
The 30th.
The 30th, yeah, November 30th. You'll get your fun, love, and banter episode of the Backlog Boys on November 16th. Right, a little pre-Thanksgiving treat, and for your post-Thanksgiving hangover the next week, it's going to be dead week on a lot of campuses. Y'all are studying for finals if you're in college still. The 30th, gonna have a big boy Last of Us Part 2 episode.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Yes,
chunky,
sir.
probably.
And I imagine, I know this is already super long, but I imagine the next, I think Last of Us 2 is going to be even longer.
Well, considering it's almost 10 hours longer in length from what you've told me,
Yeah.
yeah,
And I feel stronger about that game than I do this one.
I expected this to be long, which is really the whole premise of this. Like, I mean, we want this to be as in depth as we can make it without going crazy, because obviously all of us have lives and jobs, and some of us are married and shit. But
Yeah,
this is
my
what we
wife was
wanted
waiting
this
for
to
me.
be. It's like an audio just journey through the game, give our thoughts, opinions, throw a little fun in there, not
Yeah.
too much. But yeah, just
Long form.
just a long form thoughts, and it's really what we aim for these episodes to be, are these like just big, especially with us only doing 2 episodes a month. These like solo game episodes to be like, dig in, get ready
Yeah.
to eat. This is the full fucking course meal, brother.
Yes, sir.
Y'all want me to do plugs or
Plug it up.
All right. Well, thank you if you have made it to the end of this for listening to the first official episode 1 of the Backlog Boys. You can follow us on Twitter at Backlog Boys Pod. Again, as part of the All You Can Hear Podcast Network, you can actually follow so we're on the AYCH Extra feed. There's actually a Twitter account now for that specific feed. It is at AYCH Extra. That's XTRA. So you can follow that, or you can just follow us on Twitter if you like our shows, just like our show. And you can also follow the other shows on the AYCH network, Muscle Orchestra. You can follow on Twitter. We haven't had our first episode yet, but it's coming soon, I promise. Follow them at Muscle Orchestra. Follow the main AYCH show at AYCH Podcast. You can follow Cinema. I don't know how to pronounce Grimoire.
Grimoire.
Yeah, I can never
Grimoire.
pronounce like rah, but
Rar.
Cinema Grimoire at Cinema Grimoire. And God, we're on fucking
Ultraman
everything.
Files.
We're on wait, what'd you say?
Ultraman Files.
Oh yeah, Ultraman File. What, I forgot about that because it's not on the extra feed. But you can follow Ultraman Files at Ultraman Files. And yeah, you can follow the podcast is on everything at this point. It took a couple of days to get the extra feed up on Apple and Spotify and stuff, but it's all there now. So please leave us reviews, likes, ratings. Everything helps. Retweets. Obviously, we have the rest of this year planned, which is only going to be 2 more of these really meaty episodes. But if you have suggestions for us, we would love to hear them. For stuff you think we should play, and we can definitely, take it into consideration. And you can follow me on Twitter at Tanner1495.
My name is Colt. Follow me on Twitter at ColtD00. Thank you for listening. This is the Gamer Show, and we be gaming.
We do be gaming.
I'm Wenzel. Thank you for listening. You can follow me on Twitter at Wenzel Wilkie. Follow my Instagram at World of Wenzel. Go to my Bookstagram, Wenzel Banters, where I talk about books. Go to my store where I sell prints and stickers, worldofwenzel.bigcartel.com. I have a link tree for all the links for everything in my bio, including my Ko-fi, my Goodreads, my Letterboxd. So go check that out. Thank you again for listening. And overall rating, pretty damn good, 9.5. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, Backlog Boys total rating of 9.5.
Yep,
9.5s all across the board. Any final words?
Eventually, we'll get to a game that's absolute ass, and all you hear is us shitting on it.
Yep, that will definitely happen at some point in this. But for now, I guess all I can say is, I guess we really are The Last of Us.
Amen.
All right, ta-ta, everybody.
Bye-bye.